100 high school teams have made it to Grand Rapids competing in robotics. They started working in January to build the robots and learn the game, and finally it's game on. Welcome to the 2016 Michigan FRC State Championship. The best robotics team in the States are here. I'm Dan Gutowski along with Dave Verbrugge and Dan Kimura, and let's explain a little bit about how this is all going to operate. The game this year, modified from years past. They'll be using this ball called a boulder, and there's kind of a medieval twist to some basketball. The robots will be trying to take these boulders and shoot them into the castle towers. Dan, why don't you take it from there and explain the overview of this game?
Yeah, there's a couple ways to score this in this game. So the boulder shooting is going to be a big part of what we're seeing here in the elimination rounds. If they can put this boulder in the top goal on the tower, it's going to be 5 points. There's also a hole down at the bottom of the tower, and if they put it in there, they'll get 2. Now they need to score 8 times in the tower to do what we call weakening it, to allow for a capture. If they weaken the tower and get 3 robots around it at the end game, they're going to get a 25-point bonus, and that's going to be huge. There are also defenses on the field, or obstacles that the robots have to traverse. So if they go from the middle of the field over the defenses towards the tower they want to shoot at, they're going to get 5 points for the first 2 times they cross each defense. Again, if they can cross 4 of the 5 defenses twice each, they'll get a 20-point bonus for that as well.
So the game is a little bit more layered this year. The scoring is a little bit more layered. Dave, you've had a great history with this program and all these teams, watching them over the years. How did these teams qualify to get here and compete today?
Well, over the past 6 weeks, there have been 21 districts in the state of Michigan, and each team has competed in at least 2, accumulating points there. And the top 102 teams out of 411 have made it here to the state championship. So again, each with 2 districts, and now we've got the 48 in this playoff tournament here this afternoon.
So the first order of business is to start the elimination rounds as we weed the field out. And let's get started now watching these robots compete here at the Deltaplex Arena in Grand Rapids.
And what we're starting off with is the number 1 alliance in the red bumpers and the number 16 alliance in the blue. And I'm shocked right off the bat, Dan Kimura, 33 is moving. Now they move.
If they ran a delay, but it looks like they didn't get underneath the portcullis. So that was our autonomous period, 15 seconds of pre-programmed movement from the robots. You get bonus points for crossing the defenses there, and the number 1 alliance did not keep up. They fell behind 27 to 14 there.
Yeah, shocked right off the bat. I would have expected them to come out of autonomous with 40 to 50 points.
Stephanie Funkhauser will join us as well. She'll have insight from in the pits, how these high school students are working to make sure these robots function as efficiently as possible throughout the afternoon here.
So good defense there by 1684, hitting 217 just before they released that shot, causing the miss. And defense is going to be a big piece of what we see here in the elimination round.
Now Stryker there, 27-67. A nice shot from a kind of a protected zone there. It was up and in.
Yep, so, and again, if the robots are touching those obstacles in the middle when they shoot, they're actually protected. So contact there would draw a penalty, and it would give them 5 points if somebody were to hit them.
Now there's the Robo-Stangs. They are a reigning state champion. You may recall the Robo-Stangs winning here last year, but they were bumped right as they were taking that shot and missed it. Stryker looking good. Stryker was the number 1 ranked team following our 204 qualification matches, and they picked 33, and then their second pick was 1684, the Chimeras.
So the selection process of how these teams come together has its own unique story, but we can see that the red team alliance here is really almost doubling up the score on blue.
Yeah,
19 to 67 right now. I think our scoreboard might not be showing.
Yeah, so 124 now to 67. So even off to a very, very, quite honestly, poor start for the Red Alliance, they are just pounding that tower now with goals.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing the difference between the number 1 and number 16 alliance here, I think.
Right. And I think that's a sign of the experience now the drivers have.
So that was 1684, got hung up. on the defenses, on those obstacles. They needed to make it to the tower to get those bonus points, and I think they rolled in just as the match ended.
So a lot of excitement in our first elimination round. The
First replay is going to be great defense by Red.
Red Alliance consisting of, again, each alliance has 3 robots. As we break down our scoring here, it's a little bit more complicated than just getting one ball or one boulder into that castle tower.
So now here we see the Thunder Chickens in replay trying to take a shot. The Chimeras are playing defense on them. So the Thunder Chickens are team 217. Now right there, boom, that little hit. Great defense there by the Chimeras.
Perfect timing, right as the ball was coming out.
We're going to go to the scale. Neither team scaled.
And this is the hanging point. So if either of these teams can hook onto that bar and hang, that's going to be 15 points, 5 points if they're on the ramp below.
We're out of replay.
The score is just about to be announced in the arena, and it is the Red Alliance 174 to 107. So our number 1 alliance wins the first one in convincing fashion, even after, for them, a poor start.
That 174 it's a solid score, but I think they're going to have to do much better than that as they get to the later rounds here.
Ideally, what would you think would be a target score that they would want? I mean, you said 174 is okay. What are they trying to push 200?
I think they want to be north of 200.
And that, quite honestly, is what we've seen outside of Michigan. The highest powered teams throughout the world, we're seeing those scores north of 200.
Yep.
We take a look at our scoreboard here.
All boulders for Red.
Go ahead and move on to the
Yeah.
60 to 20 in the boulder points.
Get ready for next match.
So we'll get set for our next match, and again, there's a fairly quick changeover as there's 2 fields here at the Deltaplex Arena, and as soon as one elimination match ends, they quickly gear up and start the other one. So they want to keep the pace flowing fairly quickly here today. And again, each robot starts with a boulder in its possession, so they don't have to waste time trying to gather up one and then get the shot off.
Yep, and that's also the possession limit, so you can only ever carry 1 boulder. 2 boulders would be a penalty.
And you can see there's each side of the field has its own outer works. And there's a total of 5 areas or 5 slots that the robots can go through. When they go through, Dan, that's going to get them points, but there's a finite amount of points they can get.
Yep, so 5 points the first time they cross it, 5 points the second time they cross it, and then that's it. If they cross it a third time, no extra points.
Now what we've got lined up in this next match is our number 8 alliance against our number 9 alliance. And quite honestly, after alliance selection, we've been doing some talking, and these 2 alliances, a lot of people think one of these 2 could go all the way. A lot of people think the number 1 could, and a lot of people think the number 2 could. So I'm not a prophet and I'm not a betting man, but right now, maybe the number 1, the number 2, or this 8 or 9, who comes out of this one to face the winner of that 116. Let's keep an eye on them.
On paper, I think it's number 2 looks the strongest, but a lot can happen.
Yeah. And we're underway here.
So 2 misfires by the Blue Alliance.
But the Red Alliance comes out with 50. That means they crossed 3 defenses and scored 2 balls in that high goal. That's a nice start. That's a nice start.
20-point advantage for them.
So on the screen right now, I see 3604. That was the Goon Squad. They picked up a couple district wins.
You can see them dropping a ball off there. So 3604, the Goon Squad, does not shoot high. They're actually a low goal only shooter. So what they're doing is they're actually running out, collecting balls, bringing them to that front courtyard, dumping them off for their partners. So they're playing kind of like a midfield assist bot role.
You can see that Blue Alliance Gems robot from Brighton, Cheryl Stockwell Academy.
And then just another defense. That was the Niles team, 24-74 in the blue bumpers. And the Goon squad, they are playing some good defense down there. 36-20, the Average Joes. A great year for them. I love the name Average Joes. They're anything but average. They're out of St. Joseph. Now here, one of the local Grand Rapids area teams. 33-57 is Forest Hills. 2 district wins this year. And coming into this, on the subjective rankings of both Dan and Jim Zondag, had them 3rd in the state. So another one to keep an eye on, that 33-57 machine.
We're seeing some more aggressive defense by each blue and red team. Looks like the CC Automationers from Big Rapids. We thought we might see some, there is strategy involved here.
There's a lot of strategy involved here. And it's developing almost as we speak, because there is so much going on the field with 6 machines, up to 18 boulders.
That CC Automationers robot was really unstable there for a little bit. They almost tipped over. And that's about the worst thing that can happen.
Yeah, you do not want that. No doubt about that. Now we see the Red Alliance robot going up there.
And everyone's trying to climb, but a definite challenge to get all the way to the top of that tower, but there's points there to be had, and that's a place you can
Replay is going to be 1 red make, 1
get
miss.
some of those key points. This elimination match a little bit closer than the one we just saw.
Red's going to make 1, miss 1. Blue's
That's a
playing
good
defense.
view of the rock wall, one of our defenses, 36-04 making it over. And then Average Joes and 33-57, the Comets lining up for some shots here.
And we just got our score. It was 182 to 105. The Red Alliance winning that. 182 to 105.
Go on the scoreboard.
There it is.
So what do these numbers stand out, Dan? Which of these numbers look significant to you?
Again, I mean, defenses dead even, but it's the boulder score where Red made a difference of 27, and the bonus. So you'll see just below the Alliance number, we've got 2 pictures. One picture of the tower, one picture of a defense. If you get the check mark there, you get the bonus points. So that defense check mark is worth 20 bonus points. The tower one is worth 25. Red got it, blue did not.
Coming back with tower scale replay. Blue's getting pinned in here.
And here, this is where the robots are trying to position themselves to scale the tower. You can see that arm extending there.
They're going after that bar right up there to grab onto it.
And that's the Goon squad from Woodhaven in the middle there with that long reach.
And pulling up. Now, what you're looking for is to get your bumpers above that line right there. And if the bumpers are above that line, then you're in good shape.
Replay's out.
So the 2 Red Alliances have won their elimination rounds, and again, we'll continue going through this process of thinning the field out. It's a lot of activity, a lot of excitement here at the Deltaplex Arena. These you'd be hard-pressed to find many other high school events that could pack as much energy and excitement in the building, because this is the apex of their season. This is what they've been working for 3.5 months now.
Yeah, now what's fun here is this matchup here is the number 4 Alliance against the number 13 Alliance. And our number 13 Alliance, in part their picking was for this reason. It is all Upper Peninsula teams. We've got, with that Gladstone, we've got Escanaba and Calumet. So we've got our team from the most northern point in Michigan and our teams from the most western point in Michigan. And the captain in that one was 4391, which was the Gladstone team. They picked the Escanaba team, and then the second time around they picked the Calumet team. They are the number 13 Alliance. The number 4 Alliance, captain in that one is out of Flint, Michigan. That's the Hybrid Hornets. Their first pick was Strike Zone out of Lapeer, and the second member then is Torque from Oxford. Now, numbers kind of tell the age of the teams. 5150 and 5460. 5460 would for sure be just a second-year team. 5150 would be second or third-year team. Torque is a long-established. They've built a real nice program up in Oxford there. They've been playing good
robot off.
year in, year out.
Now there's something interesting. The 2586 robot, the Copper Bots from Calumet. Anytime that the robot has to come off the playing field, that's a serious issue that they're going to have to address.
I'm being told there is an issue with the robot. They are calling for a backup robot already.
Oh my
before their
gosh.
first match is being played. So we're going to see 5084 join them, but I don't think they'll be allowed to play in this match. I think they called for the backup too late, and they're going to have to wait for the second match to get them in.
Well, that's a heartbreak for the Calumet team.
They are going to be able to play them.
Looks like we're taking a break.
So they are bringing them on.
We'll take a timeout here at the Deltaplex and continue with our coverage, the 2016 Michigan First Robotics Competition State Championship.
First Robotics has found a way to crack the code on making technical careers fun and exciting.
Students work together, they collaborate, and builds a sense of working with other teams, with other schools, to assist each other.
A stadium full of fans screaming wildly for them and encouraging them.
Manufacturing is coming back in the state. Business is coming back in the state. This is a great time for First Robotics.
It is not the science fair of old. This is an athletic-like environment that encourages young, talented people to tap into their inner genius that they have, that they can take into their careers and into their future.
When you build that relationship at an early age with a student, you start to build loyalty. And we would certainly expect that they would come to work for us.
Other businesses would really benefit from getting involved with FIRST because it's one of those situations where everybody benefits. In order to have STEM job in Michigan, you have to have students that want to do STEM in Michigan. And a lot of that is a very
We're going to start with the
large
table
barrier
and then
for
kick it to
students.
Stephanie.
It's quite intimidating. FIRST will be one of those programs that it breaks it down.
Stephanie
and then the students have to
2586 is the robot that went
while
out.
they do.
2586.
A partnership for Michigan and First Robotics means success in our future.
At Lawrence Technological University, you'll go way beyond the books. Professors with real-world experience deliver hands-on instruction in small classes, helping students land co-ops, internships, and research projects. By graduation, 80% of LTU students have jobs or plans
Taylor, you're going
to
to start,
pursue
wrap for
master's
15
degrees.
seconds, toss
And
it to
most
Steph.
Lawrence Tech grads earn more than their peers. So if you're ready to embrace your possibilities, we want you at LTU.
What is DTE Energy doing to help support Michigan communities?
30
They
seconds.
support a lot, like the National Cherry Festival in Traverse City, Art Prize in Grand Rapids, not to mention
But we...
help fund the Career Technology Center at Monroe County Community College,
Wait,
and also helping make the streets of Detroit safer.
Wow, that's a lot.
You're telling me. I'm exhausted. DTE Energy. Know your own power.
Still waiting to start our next elimination round here at the Deltaplex Arena. Let's go in the pits and on the field and join Stephanie Funkhauser. Stephanie?
There was a robot that malfunctioned, you guys were correct, but it will be able to be replaced this round with 5084. That is the robot like you guys talked about, and it will be able to play this round. You hate to see it happen so early, but hopefully they can make an impact in this early round. Dan, back to you.
All right, always frustrating. There's so much time and work spent trying to get these machines work as perfectly as possible, and we see it every year. There's going to be a mechanical challenge, but the Blue Alliance hoping that the FridgeBot Inc. robot from Corona will fill in and save the day.
A pretty good robot, but at the same time, they have about 4 minutes. since the replacement came on, where they have to rethink their strategy, reassign roles for the match, and kind of make those adjustments.
Here's the new bot.
So there's the new robot. And again, it shows you the depths of how these teams have to prepare. Robots can get, displaced at any given time given the mechanical issues, just like a player in a normal basketball game can be injured, and you have to strategize accordingly and have some depth ready to go.
And be ready to go, yeah. They were waiting in the wings, right? That team didn't hesitate to get on the field, and here we go.
So the hybrid Hornets for the Red Alliance getting off to a good start. As we wind down the autonomous period, both teams doing fairly well there as we go to teleop.
So 10-point advantage for Red as we move into the teleop.
So the two Red Alliance robots are free and easy. We see that third Red Alliance robot kind of battling in the middle.
Yeah, running a little interference, but now jumping over one of the outer work defenses.
And the 4391 robot for the Blue Alliance.
Another
That's
nice
the
shot
Brave
there.
bots from Gladstone. Kind of uncontested shooting. And again, the key is you want to generate as many shots as possible. But Dan, there is a finite number of balls that are available, so it's not quite as chaotic as it has been in years past when they were just, boulders or balls flying every which way.
Yeah, they're 18, but the human players on either side of the field can hold 6 of them out of play. So we really only look at about 12 at a time here. So robots are going to have to make that whole run all the way back across to reload.
So good shooting for the Blue Alliance by the Brave bots. But ideally at this point, you'd rather have balls in the air. Now some engagement for Robomos from Escanaba.
Yeah, and I believe they won up at the Escanaba district this year, the Robomos. But right now, the Red Alliance really putting it to them here, 115-64.
All great defense, too, by the hybrid Hornets. Trying to clear some space in that red zone. Clock winding down inside 30 seconds.
Now it's really tightened up all of a sudden, 120-96. Sometimes we don't see some of the fouls called, and I think they get added right then.
Yep. And you'll also see that there's those 20 points for breaching the defenses, and it just depends on when the teams choose to finish that. Blue went late, so they got that spike of points at the end.
Okay, so that's a good point, Dan. Once the 4 defenses have been damaged and 4 of them is then considered breach, those points go up right then?
We'll see 20 points at that point.
Okay, very good.
Strike zone from Lapeer for the Red Alliance, able to successfully do that tower climb.
Yep. I can't tell if 2137 is on the ramp or not. It looks like they're off the ramp, which means that would have cost their Alliance 25 points.
Replay is going to be Red trying to trap Blue in the courtyard.
So we'll take a look at our replay here and check out some defense. Blue Alliance.
Yeah, the Blue is playing the defense right now.
Red's trying to trap him.
And that's the replacement robot, FridgeBot Inc. from Corona.
Yep, and it actually switched there. So the Blue robot wants to get back to its tower all the way across the field. And Red subtly changed from being the defended to being the defender to slow them down and try to deny them that tower bonus.
Scoreboard.
And here's our score. The victors, the Red Alliance. So again, the higher ranked Alliance here, the number 4, beating the 13 ranked Alliance in this first one. And again, it will take 2 victories in the octofinals to move on to the quarterfinals. And that's the way it goes throughout the playoffs. It takes 2 wins at each step to move on.
Yep. And again, concerning for both of those alliances, neither one got the tower capture bonus, so both teams left 25 points on the table there.
And we saw a score of 174 earlier in one of the elimination rounds, and you thought, Dan, that the best team should be trying to get into the 200s. That was only 147. So we haven't really seen any team come out like gangbusters so far in these first 3 elimination rounds.
Yeah, a little rough on the shooting. The defense, the shift to heavier defense might be taking its toll on teams right now. But I think they're gonna adjust and they're gonna find a way to get those scores up higher.
All right, so what we've got coming up next is the number 5 Alliance against the number 12 Alliance. And so our number 5 Alliance in the red bumpers will be Team 2771 from Granville. That's Code Red Robotics. Team 5980, a great-looking rookie team from East Grand Rapids. And then 2054, the Tech Vikes, longtime a powerhouse now from Hopkins. So very much a West Michigan alliance here. And if we look to the other side, the Blue Alliance, number 12, we're staying in West Michigan. There's Zeeland, Bob, built on brains. The Lakers, now they're from Waterford, their team 5053. And then from Bloomfield Hills, 2834. 28-34, Bionic Blackhawks, 2 district wins this year. They've been to all 8 state championships.
Dan, we got FTA in the field checking out a bot.
So again, the guys on the field, the guys in the trenches, another repair possibly to one of the Red Alliance robots.
Yeah, when you see those guys with either the orange hats or the shirts that say FTA on them, FTA stands for First Technical Advisor. They're the guys who are in charge of making sure robots are connected to the field, communicating properly so that we have a fair match. It looks like they're having a little bit of issue getting this 2054 robot connected. But that's some of the best guys out there in the state. So if anybody can solve the problem, I think they can.
Yeah, and I think interesting to point out. So there in that shot, Dan Kimura, there's a lot of folks we know well. They've been around here for years. Pretty much everybody you see out there, and it may be everybody, is a volunteer making this happen here.
Absolutely.
And what we're seeing a lot now, Dan and I have been involved in this a long time. And, well, Dan, you're one, a first alumni. Individuals that were on robotics teams as high schoolers, they graduated high school, and now they're back, they're volunteering, they're mentoring teams, and now there is a whole army of first alumni here in the state of Michigan.
And we need it too, right? We run
Absolutely.
4 events a week, 4 district events a week some weeks. So we need everybody we can get.
Absolutely.
Yeah, to go backwards, they've added, how many teams did we guesstimate they added total this year that took the total to 400? What is it, like, did we say 70?
That's what we were thinking in Michigan here.
About 70 new high school robotics teams in the state of Michigan, and this is a very proactive, aggressive organization that wants to get bigger and bigger. And I think in the next couple of years, they're hoping that maybe they could sustain and generate a total of somewhere around 500.
Right. Around here this weekend, I've been hearing some murmurings that, you know what, we need to enable more teams to get to the state championship, because this year, less than 1 in 4 was able to make it here. And we certainly expect more growth next year in the number of teams. The governor here was here earlier today, and you know, the current target is 500.
We'll join Stephanie Funkhauser in just a moment and get some pit perspective. And usually pit perspective isn't so good if we're waiting to get the robots rolling here, but that's the challenge for the robotics teams. It's all part of coping with the mechanical breakdowns that invariably will present themselves. And they've worked on these for several months, several weeks. And this is where kind of the rubber meets the road for these kids and their mentors who have tried to help them build these machines and be as good as possible.
Yeah, you know, coming from the automotive industry, when you develop a vehicle, you spend a lot of time doing verification.
Steph with the inspector.
Let's go in the pits now, and Stephanie's talking with the inspector.
Mike, what were some of the things that you were looking out there expecting the robot?
So 2054 is having an issue with what's called their smart dashboard. It's a piece of software that relays information back to the driver's station that the robot sends. and can receive. So once in a while, they have issues with that working properly, and that's what they're trying to troubleshoot right now.
You hate to see issues this early on, but what are some of the things that you could do to help them with those issues?
I'm sorry.
How could you help them with those issues, those connectivity issues this early on?
So there's several things that they're attempting to do. Number one, they got to make sure the firewall is disabled because that's a common issue. They're checking the network connectivity to make sure there isn't any conflicts. This problem has been happening on and off with this team, and they've been chasing it down through the entire event, and they thought they had it fixed, but now it's surfaced again. So it's one of those problems that's very difficult to figure out until you figure it out, right? So we'll see what happens. It's not a crucial piece of software that they need, but it is very helpful to them to control certain things like which mode they're in autonomous, or camera settings, or settings to tell the robot what position to go to on the field.
Awesome. Thanks, Mike. Dan, back to you guys.
All right, Stephanie, thanks. Good tech talk from the pits.
Well, and I can assure you that any team in the state of Michigan would love to have Mike Copioli as one of their mentors because that dude is smart.
Yep. And actually, when I was working the field at Troy, we saw this problem with a few teams. So I think that the important thing to note here is that this is an issue happening between the robot and the field, and we cannot, or they cannot pinpoint this as a robot issue or a robot-only issue. So if the robot is broken, as we saw earlier, they'll have to either take that robot off, call in the backup bot, or play without what's broken. But because there's a field element to this one that is outside of the team's control, that's why we're having this little bit of a delay here while the tech crew tries to sort it out.
And there's the Tech Vikes, so they are a top-notch team. They are in the top 5 in the number of all-time district wins here in the state and do a great job.
Dave, help me on Michigan geography. Hopkins is the west side of the state.
Hopkins, we're in Grand Rapids. Hopkins is south of here by a little bit. I believe that is down in Allegan County. Grand Rapids, we're in Kent County. If you go west from here, that puts you in Ottawa County and out to Lake Michigan. But Allegan is south of here. A little more agrarian down there, I guess, rural rather than urban here in downtown Grand Rapids.
Yeah, I remember a story of one of their older robots that they said they were inspired by a combine harvester.
That's what I heard.
Design.
It was a John Deere, I think, and the model number on that John Deere, I think, was 2054. So I that's what I'm recalling.
Yep, that sounds right to me. And
Good
once again, I'm astounded by your geographical knowledge.
I was just going to say, you have earned your keep today. You've passed our first geography test. You might have another one coming, so stay tuned.
Well, I tell you, I emceed in Traverse City last weekend, and with the number of small teams coming in from little villages, I'm a lifelong Michigander, and I had to look up about 20 of the locations. You know.
Oh, wow.
Here we go. We're underway.
So the Red Alliance has been dominant so far in these elimination rounds. Let's see if Blue can try to make a big-time push, an uphill battle as we see the shot missed by the Bionic Blackhawks as the autonomous period comes to a close and we move to teleop.
But very close coming out of autonomous. You see that 2-point down there, so they must have scored immediately right after autonomous with a low goal score
that's
there.
That's what happened.
See that Tech Vikes with that long arm. They shoot the point-blank shot and make it, as does the Code Red Robotics robot for the Blue Alliance. The Bionic Blackhawks coming back to the center of the field. And Built on Brains from Zealand is the lone blue robot in that zone.
So they've got the Lakers out of Waterford playing defense now for them.
So you can see the Code Red Robotics and the other Red Alliance robots working in unison, and really it's open for the Bionic Blackhawks robot to kind of fend for itself in the middle of that field. Not getting many points on. There's a long make by Code Red Robotics for the Red Alliance, and a long make on the other side for Built on Brains.
Yeah, Bob was a district winner this year. Now you see the Bionic Blackhawks. They won too. I'm thinking the Tech Vikes may be dead in the water there.
Something is wrong. So looking over there, drivers do not have their hands on the controls.
Well, that evens the playing field. And we're going to have some low scores probably in this round, it would seem, given that now each team is shorthanded.
There's the East Grand Rapids team, a rookie, 5980. I've been really impressed by that team, looking at their robot. Great first-year effort.
And again, the Tech Vikes robot not moving. Now they've got some movement on it.
Comes to life.
And that's crucial, right, because they need to get all 3 robots on the platform for that tower bonus. But it looks like they're still 4 goals short of opening up that bonus. So.
And we've got 10 seconds left in this elimination round, and it's very, very close. The Red Alliance with the modest lead as they try the tower mount.
Now, per our real-time scoring, it's not official just yet, but as the match ended, we see the advantage going to red.
Right, and typically if we have a hang on one side, which we do on red, and 28-34, the Bionic Blackhawks rolled off that ramp, that's going to cost them 5 points. So any adjustments to the score is probably going to go in favor of the Red Alliance.
Yes.
Replay is going to be the tower scale by red.
As we look at our replay, let's look at this tower scale attempt by the Red Alliance. Right in the middle of your screen there, it's the East Grand Rapids Robotics. And on that far side, it was the Tech Vikes. And here's our scoreboard.
140 to 119 in favor of the Red Alliance. And it looks like it was mostly penalty points. They accumulated 20 penalty points in that match. And that hang at the end was the rest of the difference, 15 more points there.
Yeah, and I didn't see where the penalties came in on that one. But
the ones I saw were
hurts.
illegal defense. Again, if you are contacting those obstacles in the middle of the field and you get hit by an opposing robot, that'll be a 5-point penalty.
No more replays.
So what's interesting about the field on this match as we see it set up is we have the drawbridge, which is the tall defense there. We have 2 of them out on the field for this match. During the qualification rounds at this tournament, we only saw the drawbridge 7% of the time. So this is very unusual that teams are choosing to put that particular defense out there.
In this one here now, we have the number 2 Alliance against the number 15 Alliance. So the number 2 ranked team was Rush out of Clarkston. They picked the hot team 67 from Highland. And then their second pick was the Fighting Pie. And then on the other side, we have the captains out of Waterford, the Mech Warriors from Bloomfield Hills, and the Frog Force from Novi. So here we've got a decidedly, it almost looks like all, I think just about every one of them is Oakland County here. I'm not sure, maybe Fighting Pie is probably Macomb.
Yep.
That might be
Armada.
Macomb County, and then the other 5 from Oakland. A number, if you look at counties, Oakland County would have more teams here than anyone. And for those of you who don't know, that would be, just north of Wayne County and Detroit.
Well, it's the common theme so far has been not as much scoring as we might have expected, and the Red Alliances have just been dominant.
Yep. And we're going to get our first look at that number 2 Alliance, which again I think has the potential of putting up just an absolute monster score.
So off we go as we see the Red Alliance trying to be productive in the autonomous period.
Late shot by 67, but it counts.
So we come out of autonomous 35-35.
Actually, we'll need to adjust that to 40-35 because I think that ball didn't score in autonomous, but was scored then.
Okay.
And this is really cool too. You can see a flashlight aiming at the tower. So some teams put a high-powered flashlight. They put that right on the target, and that's how they know they're lined up. So kind of like a laser sight, but it's just a high wattage flashlight.
Nice shot by the Frog Force there from Novi and the Mech Warriors coming back. So here we don't see any defense over in the courtyard. Look at Rush. They're doing the drawbridge all by themselves. Very impressive.
Yep, that's a rare skill for a robot to have.
And Rush being a bit of a contrarian again, building a high bot, right? So they don't go under the low bar at all.
And a lot of benefits to that, right? You get the
Yep.
bigger package, designing your systems are easier, shooting is easier because you can start with the ball higher up, but they do give up that low bar defense ability.
And what we've seen from Rush the past few years, they have always been a great team. They're a Hall of Fame team. But, man, their performance on the field the last couple of years has been outstanding.
Absolutely.
Fighting Pie helping the Red Alliance as they get back-to-back scores. This match is fairly competitive and even.
Red's
It is.
about to pick up their defense bonus, though, so we should see a jump by about 20 points any second now.
So the captains from Waterford, part of the Blue Alliance. They're both stuck towards the middle of the field. Now we're inside 30 seconds left here. Not much of a margin for the Red Alliance.
In fact, none. Right now it's the blue that is
Blue
ahead.
Alliance cashing in.
This could be a huge upset if this holds.
And that boulder mishandled, and a tower rise for the Red Alliance by the hot team. But the Blue Alliance able to generate 2 lifts.
This could be a huge upset right off the bat here.
Those hangs are really close. It looks like the bumper might be too far down on 3098.
On the captains, looks
on
a
the
little
captains. And 503 is right on that borderline as well.
We got a shot from blue in autonomous mode coming up on replay.
It might come right down to those hangs if that real-time scoring was accurate and what we were seeing there.
That was that autonomous shot by 67, worth 10 points instead of 5.
So the Blue Alliance and the late effort to scale and capture the tower. See the shooting not exactly perfect, but
some red defense on blue.
Take a look at some of the Red Alliance playing defense on blue. And this would be, I think, our first Blue Alliance win so far.
All right, we're going to the scale.
And here's the scale.
We got to freeze, we got to freeze.
So one interesting note of history between these teams. Last year at the state championship, 2 of the blue robots, 3098 and 573, were actually partnered up with one of the red robots, 27. And they made it all the way to the finals.
Yeah, and the year before that, 27 and 67 squared off in the finals. And the advantage in that one went to 27 when they won the state championship 2 years ago, captured their first state championship. And Michigan has 3 Hall of Fame teams where they've won the Chairman's Award at the championship event. 27 and 67 are 2 of those Hall of Fame teams. The other one is in the house also, Team 51 out of Pontiac. But they did not make it into the playoff tournament here this afternoon.
Yeah, we should reference back to the alliances. An alliance is an alliance only when it's an alliance, because teams may shift their loyalties and their objectives from year to year and whatnot. So,
absolutely.
Okay, so we just got word from the field. The ball ramp broke on the Red Alliance scoring side. So the blue tower, where the Red Alliance is scoring, the tower broke, and what happened was a lot of the high goal shots that Red were making were falling down, going through the low goal counter and being counted as a low goal. So they were getting 2 points instead of 5 for every shot they were scoring, and that might explain why the scores were so close.
Right, because we didn't see any defense being played, and obviously both alliances were scoring fantastically.
And we saw -7 tower strength on that Blue Alliance tower. That means that they had scored 15 balls. And if those are 15 high goals, that's a ton of points.
Right.
So again, we'll replay that match. That match that we just watched didn't count. We will play it again. I think we're going to play the next match first. I'm not sure when we're going to come back to that match, but it will be replayed.
The technology is amazing too. There's what's called the Blue Alliance, and you can go out there and get data on the number of shots taken, the high goal shots, the low goal. It's all out there. It's interesting to be able to see what happened in a match.
If you tell people all that's out there, then when I bring some of these stats in, they're not going to think they're as impressive, Dave.
Well, I know you've got them all tucked away in your brain there. His brain is like a Cray computer over there, that Dan.
So you handle the geography.
Yeah.
He handles all the other stuff.
That geography, don't give me any real toughies. I know like Mackinac Island and Beaver Island. And in fact, for those listening, we had teams this year from both Mackinac Island and Beaver Island. And one of the things I learned this year, Mackinac Island, the high school there, student body of 16. You know, and here they're competing, you know, certainly that we had a number of high schools in Michigan that are over 2,000 student body, and here's a school with 16. And they were very good. I enjoyed watching them.
Yeah, absolutely.
So size is not the end-all in terms of the determining factors of how good and competitive your robotics team is going to be.
Yeah, absolutely not. All right, so what we've got coming up is the number 7 against the number 10. So again, number 7 Alliance in the red bumpers, number 10 in the blue.
Looks like 37-70 is not going to make it across the defense, so that's going to be 2 points instead of 5. Or instead of 10, sorry.
So we're on the teleop period here. Blue Robots trying to gobble up those boulders in the midfield area. And again, one of the contrasts to this year's games that we haven't seen in years past is it's harder to move freely up and down the field because of the outer works that have been placed in each team's half of the field.
Correct. One thing we're seeing here is most of these teams here at this state level navigate them quite well. At the district level, some struggled mightily with these defenses.
And it's violent when they go over some of these. So the robot is going to get shaken around. They're going to take some pretty big impacts. And we saw probably more robots breaking down this year than we have for quite a while.
There's a miss by the Martians.
Now here's Highland Christian lining up a shot, 107. I saw them front and center win at West Michigan, and their shot was fantastic. Now, and there you go. You see them on the right of your screen there, picking up a ball. They'll come back. There they are coming back into the screen, lining up that shot, and trying to let it go. Let's see if they do. There it goes.
Good deep shot there by the tractor technicians. We should also mention these balls, the boulder we showed you in the open, not especially heavy.
No.
Not light, but there's really no substantial weight to it either.
What do we figure, maybe a pound
yeah,
or so?
maybe a pound. Again, just a normal kind of like playground ball. This one's foam filled, but not too hard to get the velocity that you want on it. It's really more about trying to control your accuracy.
Yeah, they're much firmer than, say, a little Nerf ball that you might be used to. They get run over by these machines and they spring back to life.
Teleop period winding down as we take a look at a couple of scales.
So
Red
was
able
ahead.
to get all of their robots in the batter position, which is basically the base of the tower.
First replay is going to be Red crossing defense, taking a high shot. He's got the light sight.
So here we've got a replay coming, and you see that flashlight shining on the tower there.
We're going to do that one again in slow-mo.
So that is the Moore Martians out of Goodrich coming over the Cheval de Frise defense. Now they're headed towards the tower, and you can see that flashlight. And in part why they do that is there's reflective tape under the goal. And for the machine, it actually lights up that reflective tape.
Yep, that one is probably for the human to help them target, but some robots definitely will use that for the camera.
Good numbers here. Frustrating for the Blue Alliance to get almost 170 points and not be able to get a win. We're still looking for, I think 179 is now our highest single round score, right?
Yep, that's correct. So that the
Blue comes in real late here.
Right, so red, we get their robots up on the ramp here. That captures the tower. That gets them that 25-point bonus, which they needed to hold on to this match. And that was the highest boulder score, or highest number of boulders scored by any alliance so far this tournament.
And so that Holland Christian team is one to keep an eye on. That's team number 107. If we looked at the subjective rankings by Dan Kimura and Jim Zondag leading into this tournament, they had respectively in the 5th and 4th position. So they feel and think highly of this Holland Christian team this year.
Indeed I do. It's that low goal or low bar passage that they take. They spend the entire match in that one line on the field going between the tower and back to get a ball, back to that shot position, under the bar, back to get a ball, and they just do that over and over again, and they're just very consistent at that.
Yeah, they were money at West Michigan, that's for sure. They told me earlier, now I haven't seen them do it, they were trying to do a shot from the hanging position. Now, I don't know that I saw them execute that, but I didn't see all the matches. They may have. But that's a strategy we're seeing outside of Michigan, and one that may be very, very useful if you can go for that last second hang and then release the ball for that final score.
So you get the extra time to make sure your hang is good, but you don't give up the 5 points for the ball. So 20-point end game instead of 15. It would have made a difference almost in that last match.
All right, now it looks like we're setting up, as we see our shot here, that we're going to go back to that. It'll be a replay, that number 2 against the number 15.
And then we're going to go back to back on the right side. We're going to take a break in between.
You see a shot there of our screens. The field sponsored, Innovation Field by DTE Energy, the Genius Field by Consumers Energy. Great supporters here of this Michigan State Championship. Good shot of the Blue Alliance, the Mech Warriors in the foreground, Frog Force in the middle, and the captains in the back there, 30-98.
And the Red Alliance consisting of the Hot Team, Team Rush, and the Fighting Pie.
Yeah, when you look at these six teams know each other well. They've competed against each other for many years. You look at those numbers of those teams, they've been around a long time. You know, they're friends. You know, sometimes you're with them and sometimes you're against them, and you're all buddies.
Today, though,
well, you want to beat them like a drum. Yeah, absolutely.
They'll be buddies after the match.
Yeah. And again, each team loaded with a boulder in that robot to start.
And one thing I'd point out, for fun, World Championship. You've got 67 on one side, the Hot Team. They're a 3-time world champ. The first time they won was 2005. One of their partners in the alliance was the Frog Force on the other side of the field, 503. And their third partner was from Hermosa Beach, California, the Beach Bots. Those guys are cool. You know, they look like they just got off their surfboards, you know. We're all white and pasty coming down there from Michigan. They show up, you know, and Beach Boys music playing, but Frog Force and Hot Team world champs together in 2005.
It is an organization that has grown not just in the state of Michigan, but all across the country. So ambitious objectives, not just here in the state of Michigan.
Any ideas what's going on here for delays, guys?
Yeah, so we got a little bit of an extended delay here on the field. There are actually flags that are above the towers that will flip to change colors when you have shot enough balls into the tower to open up that capture bonus. Looks like one of the tower flags is stuck up, and so they're getting a ladder out to get up there to knock it down. Yeah, so only one of those two flags should be up right now. It should be the blue one. The red one should be down. So we got another one of our field crew up on top of a ladder there trying to solve that problem.
It's a challenge to set up the playing field, let alone the robots.
This year is, I mean, our field reset crew, we've got, probably about 10 to 15 volunteers out there, students, mentors, sometimes family members with the team. And as soon as the match ends, they got to run out there. They got to take all of these defenses out. They get changed around. They put them in new positions. They've also got to reset all of the boulders back to the right position. Make sure our curtain doesn't fall down. Make sure the flags are back in the right position. And get out of the way of the teams as fast as they can.
And he's going with the old school electrical tape to make the repair. It's not all high tech here, is it?
And part of it too is that curtain that he's messing with up there. It's actually a direct line of sight through the goal to our scoreboard, our in-house screen. And that screen was messing with some teams' cameras. So some of the teams are tracking colors and brightness. And that screen we have here in the arena was bright enough to confuse some of the cameras. So they put those black curtains up to try to make it a little bit more fair for the teams.
Looks like the flag's fixed.
And as Dan said, this field crew has been working hard. I think this is the first time I've ever heard specifically the field crew recognized in our opening ceremony today. And I think it was a standing ovation for them for the work they've done.
Yeah.
They will sleep well tonight, that's for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Got a good shot of, you can see with the yellow shirt, that's Team 27's human player. There's actually a box on the opposite side of the field. We call that the spy position. And a human player is able to stand over there and signal back to his team. So what that guy is going to be doing during the match is he'll point out balls that are sometimes hard to see through the outerworks, the defenses that we have up there. He'll point those balls out to his team so they can go pick them up. And he'll also probably try to help them align on the tower when they're shooting. He'll give them maybe a thumbs up when it's good to pull the trigger.
Another fun little thing this year, with that shot we've got right now, you can see the team numbers lit up above the driver's station. So if you adjust your eyes, probably the easiest one to see is maybe over 503. So if you find the 503 number, look above it, you'll see that FF. That is that team's standard. Well, now we've lost that shot, but if you then move, each team has a standard that they can bring out and kind of raise above their castle there. And throughout the season, if a team got a win or a chairman's award or an engineering inspiration, they'd get a little ribbon to hang on that banner.
Next match.
And off we go. This is the reboot of the earlier match. And we see that in autonomous, Blue Alliance and Red Alliance both doing very, very well. Red Alliance with a 50-point effort.
Yeah, both 67 and 27 made their autonomous shots.
And that replay playing to their favor. Again, they only had 40 points last time.
So there's a shot of the captains.
Frog Force and the captains working. Frog Force out of Novi. And for the Red Alliance, there's Team Rush at the bottom of your screen.
Now right now we see no defense being played. There's the Fighting Pies, 17-18.
And 17-18 is having an issue with their robot. Again, we got another field personnel over at their driver's station. And they're trying to figure out what the issue is there.
So even with them sitting still, the Red Alliance is doing okay.
Little bounce back though for the Blue Alliance. You can see the Mech Warriors have their blue robot. There's this Fighting Pie stagnant.
And what's bad, where they're sitting, they're right in front of one of the defenses too, which makes it more difficult to break down all the defenses for Rush and Hot.
Mech Warriors with a basket there for the Blue Alliance.
And if they can't get 17-18 going, there's no way they can get the tower capture.
Right, that's the biggest thing. They've actually completed the defensive bonus already. They've got the breach. But if they can't get 17-18 on the ramp, it's going to be a big loss.
Look at Rush. Rush
there it
pushing
is.
up. What a move. Now, did they get him up there all the way? I can't see.
They've still got a wheel on the ground, so that was a veteran move, but the visibility here is hard to see.
So they got to give him a little bit more of a bump there.
And 67 is there.
You see the Mech Warriors shooting low for a basket. And again, the Red Alliance, boy, surprising to hold this lead with really only 2 functioning robots, but they are just...
Well, I tell you what, the 67 and 27, there they
got them.
They got them up there now.
And there's a climb for the captains.
That was an amazing...
And they're down again.
They came to life. 17-18 at the last moment came to life and moved up. Is that how you saw it, Dan?
Yep. They regained control for about 1 second of the match, and apparently that's all they needed.
And so the whole match, 17-18,
that bump.
Fighting Pie sitting dead in the water.
Hey, teamwork comes in a variety of ways. We see that every year.
Well, I can tell you this. The coaching back in that Red Alliance is top notch. Here we go. We're going to see it again. 17-18 is not on the right there. They're not all the way up. And so now 67 comes and gives them a bump, but still they roll back. They're still not up.
Well, then they're going to stick with it.
We're going to go to the tower scale for red.
And so now 27, they're just pounding the tower from that side. One more bump by Hot to get the Fighting Pie up there. Now they look good. And was that shot right there by the Fighting Pie also?
Yes.
I think it was. But now they come to life.
We're done with replay. We're going to break.
We'll take a timeout here at the Deltaplex in Grand Rapids. We'll come back with more of the 2016 Michigan First Robotics Competition.
For over 30 years, we've been the leading supplier of robots, CNCs, and factory automation to American manufacturing. We help companies reach production goals locally and globally with bringing manufacturing back to North America. Our innovative technologies provide world-class quality and efficiency. We train, educate, and develop highly skilled workers, harnessing the power of man and machine together. We are the future of manufacturing. We are FANUC America.
Okay, basketball superstar Stanley Johnson, if I make this shot, you owe me a $15 meal deal from Hungry Howie's.
How about a $10 meal deal?
Agreed. A $20 meal deal. Hit it!
Did it go in? You missed.
Order a meal deal online. Get a free Howie Brownie on any online order of $15 or more using coupon code SWEET1. Now that's an idea.
Hungry?
Howie's!
Genius is not born. It's nurtured. It's curious. Genius takes teamwork, patience. It keeps going until that moment when it shines. Introducing the Generation Genius Project, a consumer's energy educational initiative to inspire a passion in science, technology, engineering, and math.
Table, we're going to come to you to talk about high score.
Discover the genius in all of us.
Go.
Welcome back here to the Deltaplex, and the match that we just saw, well, it was epic for a couple of reasons. Stan?
Yeah, so the final score for that one, 225 to 187. 225 is the world high score.
And what's amazing is the Fighting Pie, a great team, sat still for almost all of that. So you had Rush and Hot doing all that scoring, pushing 17-18 to the tower. 17-18 comes to life right at the end, high goal, and they get on the batter.
Yep. So it actually ties the current high score. There was a 225 scored, I would say about 20 minutes ago in New England at their championship. So we're going to have to keep cranking it up a little bit, take that title back, take that record back here for Michigan.
Yeah, but that's the best two-robot effort.
Without a doubt, and it's not even close.
Here we come on replay. This is teleop, score.
That was Auton.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Autonomous,
I'm
yep.
sorry. Yeah, thanks, Dan. Auton. I mean, an interesting there, 17-18. Operate just fine in Auton.
Yep.
Over the outer works.
Toss to Steph.
Let's go in the pits, and Stephanie Funkhauser joins us now. Steph?
Zach, you guys had a robot that was not functioning for most of that. How'd you pull off the win?
I mean, we got really lucky in our alliance selection, and we got a really good second partner. And with our strategy, we worked really hard to compensate for the robot that was dead. So that was unfortunate that they died, but luckily we were able to pull it together.
What were some of the keys in you guys compensating? What did you have to do?
When they died, they were in front of one of the defenses that we needed to get over. So we went over and we pushed them over, but to get the capture at the end, they needed to be on the batter. So we pushed them up onto there too, so that we were able to get those points at the end.
Awesome, congratulations.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Well, a lot to be happy about for that effort.
Well, and I think that, again, keeps our red streak intact, correct?
Yep, it does.
At this point, it's been all of the higher seeded ranked teams getting the win. So coming up here, we've got the number 3 alliance against the number 14 alliance. The number 3, Bedford Express out of Temperance, last year's number 1 ranked team and state champions, along with Trisonics, and we're off here. Their third partner is the Titanium Tigers, 41-14. You're looking at the blue, they're the number 14, and they've got V2 Robotics from Alpena, the Norsemen from Suttons Bay, and Team Chaos from Holland.
So off we go, a good start. Maybe this is the kind of the spark that will drive these scores up a little bit higher. We're wondering when we're going to get scores over 200. Well, Red Alliance blew past it in that last elimination round.
Now there you see Trisonics from Allendale, where Grand Valley State University is. They were a winner at Waterford in week 1 with the Killer Bees and Hot. Whoa!
Uh-oh.
That's the Suttons Bay
Good
team.
recovery.
The Norsemen. That Blue Alliance robot is Team Chaos from Holland.
Well, and what's interesting here, just last weekend, the Norsemen and Team Chaos won up in Traverse City together, and they were against 5505, their other partner here in this alliance. 5505 had a great year. They picked up district win also.
Team Chaos, you can see that, trying to play defense on that Titanium Tiger robot and doing fairly well.
So it looks like that Titanium Tiger robot, they're trying to set a pick, I think, here for 10-23 to get them into scoring position. So Red brought their third robot back to try to defend the defense.
Weak shot taken there by the Trisonics. And on the other side, the V2 Robotics robot from Alpena, a short shot. So
the Red Alliance working hard to get through the defense.
Team
and now
Chaos struggling to get through that shoot right there in the middle. Now they're in the final 30 seconds.
Team Chaos can hang. They will probably go for that tower in the center.
Bedford Express is on the climb, as is the Trisonic machine. So both teams trying to navigate successfully with the tower capture, and scores drop off a little bit.
Very, very close. 5505 misses the hang. And now I see why 74 went around the far side, because 5505 can also hang.
Blue crossing defense hitting a high shot.
There's the Norseman out of Suttons Bay. Autonomous. I take that back. That was Teleop coming over, almost over.
We got blue tower hang coming up.
So this is, I think, where the match was going to be decided. 20 seconds left here. Both 5505 and 74 are looking to hang. And they need to get you know, one or both of them up to have a chance, because 10-23 on the other side here did execute the hang for 15 points.
Very efficient and effective.
Scoreboard.
Let's roll into our scoreboard and look at a very contested elimination round.
And you can see those challenge scale points for blue, only 15. That means neither of the hangs were good for blue. And if they both were good, that would have been another 20 points that would have won them the match.
Absolutely, yeah. And again, going to red here. You know, I saw both 74 and 5505 hang a number of times up in Traverse City. But I don't know how often they approached it from the angle rather than right on.
Yep.
And you have to change that up. Once you've got two that can hang, you've got to go to those outer sides of that tower rather than square up right in the center.
Trying to spread it off. You definitely don't want to interfere with your partner when they're going for a hang. So again, red wins. Higher seed has still won every match that we've played so far.
You guys can still talk about the preview of the matches.
This is number 6 against number 11.
And this is Octo Final 8. Cowtown Robotics, the Flying Toaster, and the Gator Bots for the Blue Alliance against that one team, NC Gears and Bucking Gears for the Red Alliance.
That one team, 49-67, relatively young team, but man, building beautiful machines.
Yeah.
And it operates great.
And a really smart auto mode from 35-46. They dropped the ball off and drove back across the defense. So they started teleop, driver control, right in the middle of the field. They won the race to the center balls and were able to get another one for their team.
And they won at West Michigan with Holland Christian, and they look great doing so. That Grand Haven team is strong, no doubt about it. And with NC Gears, a former state champ. You won with them, Dan, back in 2010.
Absolutely. And NC Gears has probably got one of the best auto modes here. So that high goal shot that they made here is something that they do consistently.
NC Gears facing a little defense. Good defense by the Gator Bots, trying to push those red robots around.
Yeah, Gator Bots out of Dearborn, again, longtime team. Right now the advantage is to red. We also see 36-41, the Flying Toasters out of South Lyon on that Blue Alliance. And then Cowtown Robotics from Carleton, 50-50.
That one team being distracted by the Gator Bots robot for the Blue Alliance. And now the Flying Toasters.
It's another smart play by 35-46. They took that missed shot, they picked that ball up and delivered it to their passage, so it's kind of protected now.
Look at NC Gears putting the metal on that Blue Alliance robot. We go back to the other side. This is Bucking Gears working to defend against two Blue Alliance robots. Flying Toasters trying to shoot low and missing.
Getting late. They've got to get out of there, 35-46. And they do.
Yep, they're coming over now.
Inside 15 seconds, so it's time for the...
It's all tied up. Look at that. Wow, now red going up 137 to 117.
Both of them trying to capture their respective towers. And only one Red Alliance robot, NC Gears, able to elevate.
And that was
First
close
replay's
too.
gonna be great defense
I don't know
by
if they
Blue.
got high enough.
Here it comes.
Here's some good defense right now for the Blue Alliance.
Yeah, Gatorbot's doing a good job down there. They're messing with everybody. You know, they're there pushing Bucking Gears there from Grand Haven around. Now they're going after that one team.
We're gonna hit the red tower climb after.
But see, the one team backed up to that outer works. So that was a great move on their part, because then the Gatorbots couldn't touch him or it'd be a foul.
And that was good driving to stay away from that contact, to avoid that penalty.
Red again.
177 to 157.
And with that, that puts us through the bracket one time.
And it's just a couple of extra high goals made, 4 extra high goals made, making the 20-point difference here. They're actually tied in every other category.
Here's the red tower climb.
Here we're seeing the end of the match replay.
I think they hit an extra ball at the end here too.
And so there you see NC Gears, Newaygo County going up. And
we didn't get it.
Good climb there.
We're out of replays.
So the score is maybe not quite as high as we were expecting yet, but the average playoff score across all of the events not in Michigan is lower than the Michigan qualifying average score of 117. And in the playoffs, our teams are averaging 157. So we're averaging almost 50 points more here than any other event. 40.
Hey, talk about the screen for the line selection.
We just had a big outburst from the crowd here, and one of the new components is a way to engage the audience in directing how the competition will unfold. Dan, can you explain that?
Yeah, every round of the playoffs, so first round of the round of 16, and then we'll have the second round of that. The audience gets a chance to scream for the defense that they want on the field. They get to choose one defense for both alliances to face, and they will put a picture up of one defense, and everybody will make noise, and then they'll put a picture up of the alternative, and whoever's louder, that's what we put on the field.
I think it was the Shutter Bridge against the Drawbridge.
Sallyport. Yeah, again with this Middle Ages medieval theme, you know, Cheval de Frise and Sallyports, and we've learned all sorts of stuff this year.
And like every year, I'm just trying to keep up with you. So you continue to educate. Here's the audience participation component. The Sallyport gets the green, Drawbridge gets the red.
Right. And again, how that's done is the MC, the Master of Ceremonies, will go out there. It's presented on the big screen, and the head referee will listen, and he judges by whatever gets the loudest cheer. That's what goes in for the next round of matches.
And I think teams are preferring the Sallyport because the Drawbridge it's very tall, it's very big, and it blocks a lot of vision. So when you're off on the other side of the field trying to see balls on the ground, trying to line up the shot with your robot, it's a lot harder when you've got this big drawbridge blocking your line of sight.
Now as we set up this next one, again, the number 1 ranked team was 27-67. They picked 33. So 33 went first in the draft, and then their final pick was 1684, and they're against the number 16 Alliance. Here we go.
And Strike Force and the Killer Bees not geographically close to each other. Auburn Hills to Kalamazoo, so these teams don't necessarily have to stay within their own geographical region to build their alliance.
Absolutely not. And then the third member from Lapeer.
Spartronics from Imlay City for the Blue Alliance. We watch the Killer Bees robot go to work.
Now right now Blue is up 52-35. And again, a win here and Red would move on to the quarterfinals. Blue needs a win to push it to a tiebreaker.
A lot of activity there. Strike Force and Spartronics able to make a basket for the Blue.
You know, there's a lot of experience on that Blue side. 548, state champs last year. 217, they're a 2-time state champ, 2-time world champ, right? And right now, they're battling the number 1, giving them everything they can handle.
Yeah, and right now they're just outscoring them.
Very aggressive defense on both sides. No shame in putting metal on metal here.
Yeah, and bumpers came back into play this year. Last year you didn't need bumpers really because you did not interface at all with the opposition.
Good position there for Robo-Stangs. And they're able to survive the defense by the Chimeras.
Now there's 50-48 just waiting to play some defense. They're from Imlay City, that's Spartronics. So they're down in that courtyard saying, come on.
Inside 30 seconds. Let's see who's going to make that push.
Look at the trouble at the middle of the field. If we can get our camera shot to move the center of the field, that's what's significant right now. The third member of the Blue Alliance is on its back in the center of the field.
And there's a...
Right there.
So that's Thunder Chicken. And 2 hangs by the Blue Alliance, but...
Well, only one is high enough. I don't think... Dan, do you think the Bees are up? I'm looking over there. I don't. It's close.
Yeah, I don't think they're up.
I don't either.
You can still talk about 217.
Now 217, there they are on their back. One of the negatives of a higher machine.
Yep. Rushing a little bit back to make it back to that tower.
We're going to go to replay
for the capture
Strike
points.
Force hitting a high goal.
So here we come. There's Strike Force 27-67. Nice shot up into the high goal there.
And then
you see the
go
Killer
blue tower
Bees
scale fail.
picking up another one.
This is the fail on blue tower.
Here's blue going up. You know, I like a design like 50-48. Leave no doubt about that you're high enough, right?
Very clear.
Yep. So a nice machine there from Imlay City.
Can't actually climb into the tower, but it's pretty close.
Yeah. They're doing a chin up. They can peek into it anyway, see what's going on in there.
Right.
A bit of a huddle with the referees. I wonder
yeah, this is interesting.
what it is they're discussing there. I know there was several penalties that match. I think 1684, the Chimeras were picking up a lot of penalties, both for illegal defense and potentially for extending farther outside of the robot than they're allowed. So you can only reach 15 inches, kind of past your frame, the edge of your frame. And I think they might have gone past that a couple times in the match. And if what came out and stayed out past 15 inches was out for an extended period of time, that might be what the referees are discussing now. That could be a repeated violation, which could result in a yellow card.
A yellow card, not a red card in this situation?
I believe it would be yellow.
Okay. I didn't see...
he's got a yellow card in his hand.
He does.
Our head ref has a yellow card in his hand. He is going to 1684's driver station and presenting it, so that will be a yellow card on 1684. That has no direct impact in this match, but they will now carry that yellow card through the remainder of the tournament. If they get another yellow card, they will be disqualified in that match.
And so we mentioned yellow card. There's also a red card that can be given. If a team is given a red card in the playoffs, the whole alliance gets that red card and their score goes to 0 and they lose the match. We did see a red card in Traverse City last weekend with one machine tipping another one over. It had got it up. The machine was playing defense, and the one machine got it up on its side, which would have been fine, but they pulled back, and then they went and hit him again and knocked him over, and boom, red card.
And that's red cards you'll primarily see for a tipping penalty like that. That's the most common penalty that you can get that will draw the red card. Still a bit of discussion going on with the refs, but the teams are on the field, which means whatever they've decided on, that score is going to be final at this point.
And obviously it becomes critical for that 217 robot to find out I guess really they can check and see if there's any damage as a result of the fall, right?
Yes.
So they can test it. They can make sure it's functioning properly.
Yeah, and you have right now a fair amount of time if there's an issue. But again, if the Red Alliance wins, the Blue Alliance is done, because this will be 2 wins for Red. But our real-time scoring was showing Blue ahead, and we're just waiting on that final score right now. But again, Blue needs this win to stay alive, or their day is done.
They're probably just making sure the penalties are entered correctly, that they've got everything called right. You know, they don't want to make any mistakes here in the elimination rounds, so they're going to take their time.
Want to talk about the reasoning for the lower scores so far? Never mind.
Dan, do you have any thoughts on why the scoring has been a little bit lower than expected?
Wow. Well, defense, I think, is the big reason why the scores are down a little bit. This one, again, a little bit down, and that 167 that Blue got to win this match and force the rubber match, aided heavily by penalties. 25 penalty points means that 5 penalties were committed here. And that, I mean, they gave the match away. Red gave the match away. #1 seed.
Right, so what that meant is the number 5 committed those penalties, and it gave 25 points to the Blue. And that was the difference. They only won by 7.
Yep.
And so the Blue, there's our first Blue Alliance win, and that is the number 16 beating the number 1.
Ooh.
And they'll go to a tiebreaker.
Very significant.
How easy is it to commit penalties?
There we see it on the board there, and you see that yellow showing that yellow rectangle up in the red bar there, indicating they did get a yellow card in that match.
I think one of the reasons why we're seeing these extra penalties is 1684, the Chimeras, that's a team that has been the offensive anchor for all of their alliances up until this point. But now that the level of competition has risen so much, you know, they find themselves in an unfamiliar role as a defender, and they're maybe not just being as careful as they need to be, you know, around some of those dangerous areas.
Any boss to look out for in this next match?
So now coming up now, it'll be our number 8 alliance against our number 9 alliance.
So the Blue Alliance with Robomoss, Brave Bots, and Copper Bots. Red Alliance with Strike Zone, the Hybrid Hornets, and Torque.
No, Dan.
Okay.
We've got the Comets, the Average Joes, and the Goon Squad against the Gems, Excel, and the CC Automationeers. We're underway here, getting a shot of the Blue Alliance. And now the Red Alliance. There's the Forest Hills team, the Average Joes, 50 points, 50-50. Great autonomous for both teams.
Just about as good as it gets.
We've had some lower scores.
Here's the Gems scoring high. They're out of Brighton, Cheryl Stockwell Academy. Average Joe's pound one up high. We might see some high scores here because at the moment, no defense being played.
Yeah, this is all out offense as we see the Average Joes. Ooh, deep shot there and a make by the Gems.
Now we see Goon Squad jumping in, and they're going to play some D down there in that blue courtyard. So there's the Goon Squad working on Excel.
We already had one Red Alliance score of 225, and that was when they were down a robot for a good chunk. So this is already a very accelerated scoring pace.
There's the Comet scoring. Now we see red taking a lead here, 25. And that's even with blue already getting that breach points. And I think we're going to see red jump up when they get that one additional outer work damage.
That's the other way. So the red.
Oh, I got it back and
one.
forth.
Yep. So blue should be able to close the gap here if they can get that last.
If
defense.
they get it, yep. Had myself backwards there on our screen.
Yeah, it's a little. Our scoring bar here is a little confusing.
Blue Alliance getting through that outer works barrier, and you can see the Gems having a tough time navigating on that far side.
Yeah, that's the Cheval de Frise. Many teams have struggled with that defense. There they go, up and over.
Finally made it.
And now you see, boom, they got those points, and it's a 5-point match.
From the hooks.
Oh, and that was the tower
fast
climb. Blue Alliance gets 2 robots trying to capture the tower.
First, I got blue making 3 shots in a row.
Going to a replay here. All 3 blue machines in there. There's a shot high.
We got 3 coming in.
There's another one. And another one, a third one. So that all started off by the CC Automationeers from Big Rapids, followed up by their 2 partners.
Deck 1. We got blue scale.
What's impressive there is that the 3 robots can all shoot from different locations on the field, so they're not getting in each other's way.
Blue tower.
And here's the
blue. Could this
blue
be a triple hang possibility later?
robots trying to capture the tower. And again, we've seen times when 2 robots can make that climb, but not 3.
Yeah, I'm not sure if we
We'll
have an
never see
alliance
that.
that's capable of doing 3.
We'll never see that, I don't think.
Saw it once in eliminations.
It did happen once in the eliminations, but you remember? I don't know. Did it happen? Did the 3 getting 3 robots up? The tower
I
climb?
don't
You
recall
haven't seen
seeing
it?
3.
Last night it happened once. I saw it.
Apparently it happened last night. So it's rare.
In a qualifying match, yeah, if you get the right 3 teams together.
Yeah.
We'll see if any of our alliances here have it. I think with the teams that we know can hang, you know, we've got 2 on several of the alliances, but I don't think anybody's got 3.
We're still waiting for our score from that last match. So look at this. So Dan, explain this. We see a tie score, and yet there's a victor to the blue. A tie score, victory to the blue.
Yep. So unlike previous years, we had one year where we had ties happening over and over again. Now there is a tiebreaker that will determine who moves on. And I believe this was not the first order sort tiebreaker. So we went, I think, down the list. I think what decided this match was challenge/scale points. So you can see that the Blue Alliance had 35 on the challenge scale. Red had only 25, and that was the difference. So I think the first tiebreaker is the number of penalties that you committed. They both had 0 penalties committed. The second tiebreaker might be autonomous points. I have to check on that, and they were even through autonomous. I think the third tiebreaker might be challenge scale points, and that's where it was decided. So we had to go, I think, 3 tiebreakers deep here.
Wow, a lot of firsts today.
Well, and these blues are not giving up, right? We saw all red the first time through. Now we've played 2 in the second round, and it's been blue, blue.
Yep.
Do we expect more of that or less of that going forward?
Do you think we'll see more of that moving forward or less of that?
Certainly as we get to the next round and the semifinals, I think the alliances are, you know, a lot of them have strong robots, and as we narrow the field down, we're just going to see more and more unpredictable matches.
Any thoughts on the robots getting ready for this field?
And Dave, what about the robots getting ready for this next elimination round? What do we like about them?
All right, so now we've got Strike Zone, the Hybrid Hornets, and Torque. That's the number 4 alliance against the number 3 alliance, or excuse me, 13 alliance. But you'll recall the number 13 alliance brought in that backup robot right away. This one, the first time through, wasn't very close. I think it's going to be tough for that blue alliance to come back with this one. I would definitely give the edge to the red alliance in this one. Blue is up against it.
I would agree with that. And I was just corrected. That was the second tiebreaker, was breach and capture points that won it for them. Auto mode points would be the third tiebreaker. So we only had to go 2 tiebreakers deep there.
All right, so we're just about to begin, and we're underway now in autonomous period. Now we see a good shot of the Blue Alliance machines. 4391, that's the Gladstone machine, the Brave Bots. 3602 is the Robomos. And then 5084, the Corunna High School team that came in here to help out this alliance. They're still lining up their shot, but they shoot low.
And that FridgeBot robot had some problems earlier, but I'm sure they're crossing their fingers hoping that they've corrected what needed to be corrected.
There's the Gladstone machine.
Both teams doing well in autonomous.
Now in teleop, we're basically all tied up, and a little advantage to the blue right now. 44-37 is what we're seeing on our big screen here. Here's the Escanaba team. You're getting a good shot of them.
We've got the FridgeBot team trying to play defense in the red zone.
And they just did a nice shot, nice hit there, nice defensive hit.
BraveBot's making a shot to keep things close. And again, 2 Blue Alliance robots kind of meandering around in the middle just a little bit.
So Red missing a few shots back to back, and their lead is down to 1 point, 62-61.
Robomos working on that far side. They're going to go. They lost the ball, or the boulder, and they'll retreat to get it.
There's the Corunna team playing defense now, trying to hold off Torque. And they're doing a pretty good job of it, too. You know, how that team comes in, when the Copper Bots, 2586, couldn't go, the next highest ranked team that didn't get selected in alliance selection comes in. So that alliance of the Robomos and the Brave Bots did not get to select who they wanted. It was the highest ranked team that didn't make it into the playoffs.
Robomos scoring low, and now with 10 seconds left, it's time. Everybody tried to capture that tower, but nobody elevated.
Nobody did. It looks like it's going to go to red. We're showing a 2-point lead for them. It looks like all 6 machines are up on the batter, so each will get 15 points.
First one's going to be red shooting high.
It looks very, very close.
Over defense.
Now here's red on offense.
Now we're going to have some good defense by blue coming through.
Strike zone scoring there, but some defensive pressure.
And very nice. Right at the end there, they gave them a shot kind of at the back of the machine and turned them just as they were releasing the ball, and they missed the shot.
Yeah, and when robots get up into the batter like that, up against the walls, that's pretty much the only way you can do it, because if you hit them from behind, they're not moving. So you got to kind of try to clip that back edge of the robot and spin them just enough to force the shot to go wide.
Scoreboard's coming.
And there's our score. So there we have our first quarterfinalists, the Red Alliance, 2 straight wins, moving into the quarterfinals. You know, a nice job by the Blue Alliance. One thing they did do in alliance selection, they basically, part of their alliance selection was to go for an all Upper Peninsula, and that's good. but maybe that doesn't win for you here.
Well, sometimes you make those picks based on, they played together before. They know the other team, so they were just comfortable being able to form that alliance, thinking that they could work well together. But I think having to call for that backup bot before they even played a match really kind of threw them off their game, although 50-84, Corunna came in and played some pretty good defense in that match, keeping it, a 2-point match. They kept it really close.
Yeah, I agree. And you recall that first match, they had very, very little time to set up a plan.
Yep. So who knows what might have been.
Well, a couple phrases I've always liked through the years are, plans are essential, plans are useless. So you better make one, but then something happens.
Yep.
You better be ready to adapt. And another one I like is, plans rarely survive the first encounter with the enemy. Be ready to adapt.
A little history lesson.
Any thoughts on this next match as we start?
Any thoughts on this match now, Dan, that we were about to start?
So now we're underway with Code Red, the East Grand Rapids team, and along with them the Tech Vikes. Now as we start off, coming out of Autonomous, the advantage goes to blue here.
Yep, but we want to keep an eye on 2771 Code Red. They've got that same underneath the low bar, 2-shot, back underneath the low bar pattern, and they are very fast and very accurate at that. And if they are left undefended, are going to run the score up.
Built on brains, working hard for the Blue Alliance. You can see that boulder lodged there right in the middle. Built on brains towards the bottom of your screen, working there with the Bionic Blackhawks.
Right. Nice shot there. There, Bob scores, and you see Code Red Robotics scoring. Another ball was right there for him to pick up. Now, the Lakers coming over to defend against them. Let's see.
Yep.
Nope.
Just too late.
Right.
Good shot made by the Bionic Blackhawks. Very close and lots of scoring already.
The one thing, Dan, we see with Code Red Robotics, their shot is a low shot. It comes out low. And we haven't seen many teams. Now, they're going to get a shot of them. They're going to drop the ball down, and it comes out low. It's a shot that probably could be blocked if you're in position.
It's definitely blockable. Their advantage is, just look at, they were gone for a second. They're back. They're aimed. And the ball's out. That's how long you have to get in front of them. So you've got to see them coming, and you've got to plan for it. And our defender right now, it seems to be focusing more on 20-54 and just saying, hey, 27-71, if you can beat us, go for it.
Boy, that Lakers robot playing excellent defense.
But Code Red is just, it's shooting like crazy here. And I think there they come back into the scene.
Yep.
Now watch them. There they are. Boom. Drop the ball. Up and in.
That wasn't counting, but that might be double-digit high goals for them. That's really close to 10.
Yeah. And before this weekend, Code Red Robotics was co-owner of the highest score in the world. Took place at East Kentwood High School, just 15 miles from here. And I know that was them and the Forest Hills team, the Comets, and I'm not remembering the third team at this point, but...
Got 2 shots coming from Red over D.
And here's the Red Alliance trying to survive that defensive pressure. Well, that is one aggressive robot. The Lakers.
Red scale.
A little bit punished, though, there where they changed targets. And when they left, that time when they weren't defending, opened it up. And that's kind of like a replay of the replay we just saw. 2 quick shots into the high goal, but 59-80 getting the hang there as well.
Right. And so the rookie team, here's an alliance where the rookie team takes center stage there on the tower and does a nice climb.
And that's the captain, right? That is 59-80. That's our captain of that alliance.
I believe that's correct, because Code Red Robotics was the first pick, and then 2054 was the second pick.
Expectations of final score?
So we were pretty close in that final score.
Yep, I think when all is said and done, Red's going to be just under 200 points. and it should be enough for the win.
What could they be talking about right now?
One of the things that we can see on our scoreboard here, it's not on our stream, but there is a yellow review marker on the screen. That means that they want to check to make sure a hang happened, or they want to make sure that penalties were accounted for right, or that all balls were scored correctly. So they saw something that was slightly off during that match, and then again, they just want to check it out before they post a final score. Scoreboard.
There we go.
Something was off.
Yeah.
Wow. Something was definitely off. So
the score comes up. You know, adding up both scores, that may be as high as
total
ever.
score.
That's a high. Certainly in
197 points, and you don't win.
Yeah, that's got to hurt. This is probably the highest combined score. Certainly the highest combined score of this tournament.
And so they bow out also. The Red Alliance, them advancing.
Yep.
And that Blue Alliance is the number 12 Alliance is now gone. So, but I mean they put up 197 points, right?
Yeah, certainly no shame in 197.
Right. So built on brains from Zeeland, the Waterford Lakers, and the Bloomfield Hills Bionic Blackhawks, 197 points, and they lose and they're out of this tournament.
Yeah, and they improved considerably. I think their first match they scored 119, so they ramped it up, but. Unfortunately, Red or number 5 Alliance ramped it up more.
How high is that Boulder number?
That Boulder number of 90 points.
Yeah.
We knew they shot well, but wow.
So couple in Auton means that it was like 70 during the match. That would have been 14 boulders during Teleop, 16 total, I think, in the match. And that's among the highest that we'll see.
Highest number of boulders throughout the season that you saw?
Dan, thinking back to the entire season, what's the highest number of boulders you can remember that you saw?
I think that 90 is the most I've seen. That they're 221. Code Red's 221. I can't remember what the score was. That would have been about 90, maybe 95. So we're right about the top of matches that I've seen. I just got showed a score from New England again with a total score of 257, and that was over 100 in boulder points. So I think they've got the edge there again. So we've got some more work here to catch up on that.
Do they know what we're doing here? Maybe that's part of their push.
They do too, and they might be even announcing that in the stadium.
I'm sure they would be.
Any chance you know who that is,
I believe
Dan?
with a sub coming in.
That'd be interesting to know of who's putting that up.
858.
Substitute robot coming in from Wyoming, the Demons, 858.
And who are, okay, they're coming in for the Blue Alliance.
Yep. So we looked it up. It was 117 boulder points in that match. Just to keep everybody informed, it was 15-19. I believe that's Mayhem, 230 Galehawks, and 176 Aces High.
Aces High. Now, Aces High, I know, and I believe they still are one of the teams sponsored by United Technologies.
Yep, that's one of them.
And I tell you, United Technologies, they do a great job out on the East Coast with a bunch of those teams, and they've been strong for many, many years.
8-5 in for 573.
So we've got a substitute again. We've got the Wyoming team, and that's local here at Grand Rapids, one of the Grand Rapids suburbs, coming in for the Mech Warriors. Now the Mech Warriors, I don't know what happened to them at this point. Mech Warriors are one of the teams that's made it to all 8 state championships. That's Bloomfield Hills. That's, you know, many people know it's Brother Rice High School in Marion, but they're stepping down, and the Wyoming Schools team coming in here.
And now 858, watching them throughout the district season, that is a great robot to get as a backup. They're a high goal scorer. They can step in and probably fill the role that 573 was already playing. They don't have to adjust their strategy at all, I don't think, and they might not see too much of a drop-off here.
And there they are right there. You're getting a good shot of the 858 machine.
Can Alliances pick any robot to sub for them?
You know, very, very compact. and alongside 503 there. That's the Frog Force. So you've got 858, the Demons from Wyoming in the shot, and Frog Force 503 from Novi.
Yep. And again, it's the highest team from our qualifying session earlier, the highest ranked team that's left, not on an alliance, will be your backup bot. So when somebody breaks, whoever that happens to be is who you get, and that's why I think this is a bit of a lucky break for them. They still up against it, against this number 2 alliance, that put up our 225 last match. But at least they have a fighting chance here.
Yeah, and a little surprising to see 2 backup robots in already. I don't know that we saw in past years. Well, we're underway here in this match.
So Autonomous begins.
And it looks like all 6 machines crossing.
See if anybody can make a shot.
Boy, 2 blue machines.
We had 2 red scores.
Yeah.
Yep, 50 to 30. 2 red, no blue high goals in Autonomous there.
So I believe it was
for blue.
Yeah, I believe it was for Rush and Hot.
Yep.
Both scored their Autonomous. 17-18. Let's keep an eye on them. Let's see if they stay alive. They just had a shot. So 17-18 is moving this time.
Team Rush with a point-blank make. And Frog Force from Novi in prime position, but they can't make it.
And again, you know, look how different this match is. Again, no defense here. You know, we've seen a ton of defense in the other ones, but this matchup of number 2 and 15, it's just all-out offense, offense, offense.
And 3 high goal shooters per alliance, so that's, you know, that's leading them to that strategy.
Yeah. Boy, we're north of, we're into the 3 digits already with 78 seconds to go.
Yep. And they don't have the defense breach bonus yet.
This could be huge. Look out, New England. We're warming up here.
There it is, couple more high goal shots.
The captains and Frog Force scoring for the Blue Alliance.
The Demon shot coming up a little short.
Yeah.
Fighting Pie up and in.
Oh, they make another one. Every
here comes
boulder
Rush
that goes in is going to be that much more significant. Fighting Pie from deep. They'll knock one down.
You know, when we went through Alliance selection, there was a lot of folks sitting here that were just stunned that 17-18 was still available. Objectively and subjectively, a lot of people had them very high, and the fact that they were available to pick as the second to the last pick to get into this playoff is phenomenal.
Yeah, I would have picked them at least 10 spots earlier.
Yeah.
Red Alliance getting a lot of shots up. There's one from the hot team.
And now they're hanging.
They're going to make their push to climb. Blue Alliance getting one last shot up, and they're going to make their push.
It looks like Rush missed a hook. Only one hook engaged on the bar there for Team 27, so they won't even try to go up.
Yeah, don't break anything, because they had it looked like they had it well in hands, and rather than risk damaging the machine, they didn't need to pull up there.
First replay is going to be Red.
And they felt
2 shots
fairly
in a row.
comfortably ahead in the match, so it's not like you got to risk it.
Here's a replay. This is the Autonomous replay. Hot scores. Rush lining up, they score.
And here's Red Tower.
And now here's 67, the Heroes of Tomorrow.
Right. And they actually went with one hook too, so they only got one of their hooks engaged, but they tried to lift as well. They might be hanging a little bit too low then.
Yeah, they may not have been up, you're right. It looked like they were low.
Replay's out. Predictions on final score, who wins?
I think.
Dan, what's your prediction, Dan, on our final score and who might win there?
Yeah, it looked like Red had a pretty big lead, and everybody made it to the tower, so that lead probably won't shrink from that. So I think Red's got this one pretty comfortably. The question that we're waiting to see is how high did they go?
Yeah, so even if 67 didn't get all the way up, it looks like Red is in great shape to move on to the quarterfinals here.
Yep. So you might have 3 robots. If they're not hanging, 3 robots on the batter for 15. They're going to get the 25-point tower capture bonus. They could be really close to their last score.
Here comes score.
Oh, another 225.
So that would be really close to their last score.
Yeah.
Exactly the same.
100 points on the Boulder score.
Yeah. Nope, no penalties involved. So a clean 225.
And remember, they missed 2 hangs. That's another 20 points that they could have scored if those hooks landed correctly.
That's right. Dan, can 17-18, do they hang?
17-18 has a hanger. The last thing I heard before the tournament started was that it might be broken. And they haven't moved to attempt it yet, so I think that that's the case. I think they're going to go with no hanger on their robot for the rest of the tournament.
Just have them pull up in the center and 67 and 27 split the difference either side of them.
Yeah, which, as you pointed out, I mean, getting the robots separated a little bit, should make it more consistent for them as well.
Yeah, that would be one where don't get greedy. You might want to say, hey, I want to go for that world high score and let's get 17-18 up there, but dangerous too.
Yep.
Who won the last one between these two, and what do we expect going forward?
All right, now we're moving on to the number 7 against the number 10. Again, Red Alliance had won the first one, so that Red Alliance is Team Robotics. That's Holland Christian. We got the More Martians from Goodrich, and we've got the Tractor Technicians out of Mason. And against the other Martian team, now that's 494, so we've got the More Martians on one side and the Martians on the other side. Both of those teams are out of Goodrich High School.
Yep, and the last match between these two teams was 179 red, 169 blue.
And there's a shot of those Martian teams. Basically, I think the machines are basically identical. And
yep. Painted a little bit differently, but functionally identical here.
And now lined up against each other. In fact, I recall one time having a conversation with one of their mentors is that they build the machines, and I don't know if they do this anymore, but I think at one time, then they just did a coin flip to determine which one 494 would go on and which one 70 would go on. And both those teams, I should point out, both those teams have made it to every state championship. They are two of those teams, 8 years in a row they've been here. So doing great things up in Goodrich.
And autonomous period begins.
30-77, the last one in your screen there was Blitz Creek. That's out of Midland. And so, yeah, I didn't finish up with the Blue Alliance. House of Cards from Davison. That's 35-34, and Blitz Creek 37-70 out of Midland.
And we're 30-22. Again, scoreboard's not showing, but we're 30-22 coming out of autonomous. Blue had the advantage.
Team Robotics at the top of your screen there, shooting and making for the Red Alliance. On the flip side, the Blue Alliance trying to work. And that's House of Cards from Davidson.
Which is right up near Goodrich, is it? I believe right up near Goodrich. So they probably know the Martians well, too. I wouldn't doubt that they maybe practice together. I don't know that.
They were at a district together.
Okay.
Good shooting by both teams so far. This is very even.
Here's a shot by the More Martians, up and in.
And we have that jump in blue score again because they just completed the breach of defenses. So red has that still to come as long as they can execute on that.
Blue Alliance going all in offensively right now. More Martians just made one from the center spot in front of the castle.
More Martians, no stranger to these playoffs. They have been a state champion. They did it with the Bees and Hot. I believe that was 2011.
Blue Alliance, the Martians again put one down. And we're just about 30 seconds out here.
Holland Christian shot a little low. That's a rare miss for the Holland Christian team.
Yep.
Another shot a little low.
Yeah.
That's keeping it really
Real
close.
Yes.
Now they move into position.
You know, the blue teams, they weren't going to cut it right to the wire. They got over that batter pretty quickly.
107
Red
happy to
Alliance.
cut it very close, and I don't think they got it.
I don't think they are either. Interesting. Well, here's blue battling back. If that holds, they certainly appear to have more points here, end game points.
First one's going to be 3 red
and
shots.
It's looking good for blue here.
Getting 3 red shots in a row.
Here we see the Red Alliance pounding it in here on a replay. 70. Holland Christian line up. They let it go. The more Martians pick up another. Lined it up.
Getting
Boom,
that
another one
flashlight in the right spot.
Yep.
And then we're going to go to the red tower capture after this. 107 not making it.
And so this is right at the end.
And what I think happened here was they saw the score, saw they were down a few points, thought they needed to make that shot to come back, and just ended up trying to do too much here. As they just, I think, just barely roll off that ramp.
Here come, yeah, we're going to wait. Here comes our score right there, and sure enough, blue ties this thing up, and we're going to a tiebreaker.
Yeah, and look at the differential in points that came towards the end for the Blue Alliance.
Yeah, 25-point edge on that challenge scale.
Shots made.
And also the 25-point tower capture bonus that they got that red didn't get. You know, so that's a 50-point swing in the last 10 seconds of the match.
Replay of blue making a couple shots.
A couple of good makes there from the Blue Alliance.
The Davison team, House of Cards, putting one in there.
End of replay.
Dan, we're seeing some of the usual suspects in here doing very well, 27-67, but we're seeing a lot of fresh faces out here too, like that Davison team, looking great. You know?
Yeah, and it's like we were talking about when we were watching Alliance Selection over here. We had kind of the group of us that you've seen throughout the day, kind of just talking about what picks we thought would be next, and we were surprised by some of these picks, and maybe we were the ones who were wrong.
Yep.
Any bots that you're surprised that weren't picked in Alliance Selection?
Dan, any thoughts on robots that were not picked in the Alliance Selection? Any surprises there?
It's just so deep here that I'm surprised every year. Just not enough spots for everybody to play, but 68 Trucktown Thunder is always one of our top teams. They didn't quite make it in. 43-84, the Benzene bots had a wonderful season. I think they had a win and a finalist. Again, another versatile robot, can go low, can shoot high. They didn't make it as either.
Yes, you ask surprise on who didn't make the playoffs. Another surprise, a couple teams that didn't make it here to state. Last year we had 14 teams that had made every one. This year we're down to 12, and 2 fantastic teams, 2 teams I love the way they perform. They're huge in the community, and that's Lost Gorillas. We've seen them be state champs, 3 times? And we've seen the Atom Bots is another one out of Rochester Hills. Those are 2 great teams, and yet that shows you how difficult it is to get to the state championship when less than 1 in 4 teams make it here. So those were 2 that surprised me in the regular season that didn't make it here. And I'm sure they'll come back stronger than ever next year, and I think we'll see them back here next year.
Mm-hmm. Nothing is guaranteed here at the Michigan First Robotics Competition State Championship.
Yeah, and this now
getting here is just huge.
Oh, yeah. You're getting a shot there, the full screen shot, and we're seeing number 3 against number 14. So on that number 3 alliance, we've got the Bedford Express. A nice shot of the Suttons Bay team, 36-88. Holland takes their shot when they pull out 55-05. V2 Robotics from Alpena comes in there. And that team had a great year from Alpena. They won a district, and I think they had 2 finalists.
Bedford Express with a make for the Red Alliance. And defense, good defense by Team Chaos for the Blue Alliance.
And I think that's why Red again brought back 51-14 to try to slow them down, try to set some picks and free their shooters up. And they're trying to keep 74 penned in the corner there.
Titanium Tigers battling with Team Chaos.
So Chaos, you know, mixing it up with everybody down there.
Yeah.
But you see the one machine back up to the outer works. He can't touch him, because if he goes and touches him, it's a penalty.
That's Trisonics with the long distance make for the Red Alliance, and they've got a precarious lead here on the Blue Alliance. See the Norseman there, and Team Chaos continuing that defensive push.
Yeah, holding 2 red robots at bay there for a little bit. That's extremely effective defense.
Trisonics will step back, and there's a short shot from the Blue Alliance's V2 Robotics, but a make.
Yeah, Sutton's Bay put the one in there. I've liked that Sutton's Bay team from their very first year. Machine always looks good. And one of those first places where a small village, Sutton's Bay is a beautiful place up on the Leelanau Peninsula, and I believe they call upon a lot of the farmers in the area and help out on that machine. Great machine.
V2 Robotics with a Blue Alliance make. Team Chaos now getting off of the offense, and here's the climb. Looks like a great climb by V2 Robotics.
And look at that. Sutton's Bay pulls in under Team 74. I don't
give them a boost.
You don't see that much.
Yeah, they were over there. That's how much time they had.
And
they trust their teammates.
They snuck it right in there.
Crucially, we had a late shot by the Red Alliance, which was their 8th boulder scored.
We're going to have a shot of
and that was key to them unlocking that tower
tower
capture bonus. So we'll see if they manage to get that 25-point bonus thanks to it.
Take a look at some good defensive measures here.
Red's going to throw a pick here.
At the bottom of your screen, look at this pick there by the Titanium Tigers.
In 4003,
Next
scores the 5 points. So
blue scale.
Nice shot by 51-14 from Fenton.
Here's the blue tower.
Let's flip it and look at the blue tower. We see V2 Robotics. This is that tower climb.
Whoop. Yeah, that scissors.
Wow.
I believe how that works. The scissors part you see is spring-loaded, and when they release it, it just jumps up there.
Yep. Yeah.
But they winch up. It's not that mechanism that then pulls them up. I think there's additionally a cable that goes up. You turn on the winch and you winch up. But that spring-loaded, you know, I'm sure that's one. When they were working in the pits, it's like everybody stand back.
Well, that's how you capture a tower. As we check out our scores.
182 to 152. Again, that last second shot by the Red Alliance by 51-14 got them that tower capture. That's 25 bonus points there, as well as the 5 points for the make. Those 30 points are the difference between a tie and a win for the Red Alliance.
And so the Red Alliance does move on. That's 2 wins for them, so they move on to the quarterfinals. But a valiant effort by that number 14 Alliance.
Yep, absolutely.
I don't know if you guys have scores that you can call back to the first time these guys matched up or not. No big deal. Just talk about Red winning and what Blue needs to do to compete this time.
So, Dave, how about some common themes that we've seen so far that might give us an idea of how the rest of this is going to play out?
Well, I think I think that defense is going to get stronger and stronger, and it's going to get pretty rough and tumble down there by the looks of it. I'm in part curious, right? The number 2 Alliance that has already advanced had no defense played against them in their 2 matches. And so I'm curious how they're going to hold up the first time they see this tough defense played against them.
For sure, for sure. This match was a close one the first time these guys faced off. It was just a 20-point win. So 177-157 last time they played. That could easily get turned around here.
And again, this is our number 6 alliance against our number 11 alliance.
Yep,
So
and I love that 35-46 auto mode again, just leaving a ball for their partner to shoot and making it back to the center. They're there before anybody else is even at the defenses.
Yeah, the Grand Haven team looked good in West Michigan. I got to see them, front and center win. And if I recall correctly, they were the number 1 ranked team there and picked Highland Christian, and there you go.
Yep.
That one team with a knockdown make for the Red Alliance. A lot of early points here in this round.
There they are again delivering a ball. I mean, there's just plenty of stuff for that one team and NC Gears to shoot here. They don't even have to go back over the defenses if they don't want to.
The Blue Alliance with a make, and there's the Red Alliance playing some defense. Bucking Gears from Grand Haven.
Yep. Now they're waiting for the Flying Toasters from South Line to come over there, and well, they went down in the corner there. There's NC Gears. That one team fires right over them.
Look at that big stretch defense by the Gatorbots.
See, now there's interesting. See, the Gatorbots holding 19-18 in, kind of depriving them of getting away for a while to go after a ball.
And that's interesting. The Gatorbots there just extended above the height limit, I believe.
I don't think you can do that.
For the end game, if it was strategic, I believe they're going to be disabled. If it's not strategic, it might just be a penalty. So we'll see how the refs decide to call that one, but they cannot be this tall this early in the match.
Yeah, because by doing that, they could have an illegal blocker, right?
Yeah, you could
Getting
just
that
reach
tall
all the way up and cover the goal for that matter, right?
Yeah.
So that's why that goaltending essentially rule is in effect.
So we may see some
Points
referee
deducted,
discussion at the end of this one.
Now they'll try to capture the tower. Blue Alliance putting 2 of their robots in position. Red Alliance has all 3. And a good climb. Only one high climb to the tower came from the Red Alliance.
I guess so here, if the score we're seeing is accurate,
Red going in and out.
what happened with 12:50 there is inconsequential because they're behind anyway.
Which is good. You don't want anything decided by a penalty.
1918 is going to go in and out.
So there's Bucking Gears. You saw them come over, drop off the boulder, and then back up.
I mean, you saw 1918 spinning there. I believe they were looking for the target with a camera. But we saw a ball actually go into and out of the tower.
Go right back in.
And if that happens, it does not count as a point. So it has to stay in. It has to stay in to get your 5 points.
Red hitting a couple shots. 35-46 dropping off balls.
Nice shot there by that one team. 49-67. NC Gears going up high there also.
Red Alliance very efficient and effective.
Done with replays, waiting for scoreboard.
This time we're just waiting on the score for that previous match.
Expect any changes from the live scoreboard? Never mind.
We think the score is going to hold. Then
so the blue penalty makes a huge difference.
And that was probably that extension by the Gatorbots.
Yeah.
25
so
points.
repeated. So again, that 217 is a nice big score, but it's aided by 25 points in penalties. Without those 25 points in penalties, we're not over 200. We're at 192, which is in itself not a bad score.
So our number 6 alliance moves on, eliminating the number 11. So the number 11 alliance was the Flying Toasters from South Lyon, Cowtown Robotics Team 50-50 from Carleton, and 1250 the Gatorbots out of Dearborn. So they're eliminated. And moving forward, number 6, NC Gears, 1918. Team 49-67, that one team, and 35-46, Buck and Gears.
How many of the 16 teams moved on at 2-0?
Do we know how many of the 16 teams that were 2-0 moved on, Dan?
I think we've got
I think we've got 5 determined, and I think we've got 3 tiebreakers to do.
That sounds correct.
And so we're going to see number 1 and 16 up next, followed by 8 and 9, and then I believe 7 and 10. So we've got 3 tiebreakers to play.
And this is that number 1 versus number 16 match. And I think number 16 improved their score between match 1 and match 2 here by 60 points. So they figured something out maybe.
Yeah, and I'm trying to recall, right, we had seen 217 on their back. They're in the middle of the shot there. Was that the match they lost or won, or did they win the match where they were on their back? I guess I don't recall now.
They did.
But they've each won one.
Yep.
And we're underway.
.33 got hung up on the defense there.
As did the Thunder Chickens, 217.
Yep, so it looks like the mistakes should counteract each other. And we're going to be 22-22 coming into the match.
Yeah, so each had 2 robots cross and a low goal score. Actually, the low goal score would have been in teleop already, being 2 points.
Reaching the defense but not clearing it is worth 2 points.
Oh, that's right.
And that's where those 2 points are coming from.
That's right. Because a low goal score in autonomous would be 5.
Killer Bees knocks down one from point blank for the Red Alliance.
And something to keep in mind is the number 1 Alliance has a yellow card against them. So they need to be careful.
It's true.
It's a very close match right now. We're showing 57. Now it's 64 advantage blue. 64 blue to 57 red. Now we see the Chimeras playing defense. And 50-48.
Robo-Stangs. You can see them navigating.
And crucially, we have to see if 1684 can play clean defense this match. Again, it was the penalties last time that really contributed to that Blue Alliance coming back, the number 16 Alliance.
With Spartronics putting defense there on the Killer Bees.
Yeah, that's the Imlay City team, 50-48.
And still close. Red is opening up a little bit of a gap now, 112.99. But 548 answers right back with another 5-pointer.
Boy, a lot of metal on metal here with robots bumping each other.
And right there,
another forced miss.
Nice defense there by the Imlay City team, Spartronics. You know, again, a very young team compared to Rush, compared to the Killer Bees, whose rookie year I think was 1996.
And it's tightened up again, about 3-point difference, 2-point difference going into endgame with a made shot there for Blue.
This is going down to the wire, right down to the wire.
Let's see who's going to go up and try and capture the tower.
If it's right.
Wow, nobody hangs.
This would be huge. The last score we've seen on the board here is Blue 124, Red 117.
Say the final score once it pops up on the screen.
Dan, could we see a huge upset right off the bat here? If the Blue Alliance wins, this is the number 16 Alliance knocking off number 1.
Red hitting shots over defense.
Unheard of.
I guarantee you we have not seen that in the Michigan State Championship. That's for certain.
We mentioned earlier about how wide open this would be. It's bearing true.
Announce this score for us.
All right, and there's the final score. We have it in the stadium, and it is 159 Blue, 157 Red. So Blue, number 16 Alliance, has gotten the upset. They've knocked out our favorites.
Unbelievable.
That one boulder was the difference for Blue.
And it was a low goal boulder. It was one ball in the low goal that decided it for Blue.
This is the loudest I've heard this arena. Unbelievable.
You cannot take anything for granted.
I suspect there was a collective gasp across the United States and in Canada and the world seeing this particular one.
And it's not like the #1 Alliance, got lucky to be there. Strike Force 2767, Killer Bees 33. These are two of the top 10, top 15 robots for sure in the state.
Absolutely.
The Blue Alliance shocking the crowd here at the Deltaplex. Let's go in the pits right now and talk with Stephanie.
16 beating a 1. How excited are you guys, and what do you think were the difference makers for you?
Very excited. Can't even contain myself.
What do you think made the difference for the Blue Alliance?
We focused on defending the powerful robots, and then we scored a lot of high goals.
Awesome. Congratulations.
Well, poised and calm.
Yeah, and now, as I look at that number 16 Alliance, right? So we've said #1 and number 16. I look at that 16 Alliance. It's got the Thunder Chickens. They've been a state champ a couple times. They've been world champs a couple times. It has the Robo Stangs. They were our state champs last year. So, and Imlay City was playing, right, Dan, great defense. They were hitting the rear end of those other robots like the Bees just as they were about to release the shot, and they'd missed the shot. So that Imlay City team, great second pick.
Oh yeah. I mean, I saw 3 or 4 forced misses from them, and really, one more made shot, right, would have been the difference there.
You get the idea that these kids are all focused, considering the scope of that upset. He acted like it was just, easy as Sunday morning.
And let me clarify something. 5048 is the Alliance captain on that Alliance. They are wearing the bib, and they selected 548 and then 217. So the young team is the captain.
Yep.
So great picking. All right, so now we've got coming up the tiebreaker between the number 8 and the number 9. And again, the winner moving on. The winner of this one will move on to play that number 16 Alliance that we just saw advance.
This is the Comets, the Average Joes, and Goon Squad for the Red Alliance against CC Automationeers, Excel, and Gems for Blue Alliance.
And remember, these are the two alliances that last match that they played was a 195-195 tie, decided by that tiebreaker.
The autonomous period ends, and we go to Telop.
That's Excel out of Niles, and 43-62 making the shot there. Coming out through the Sally Port, that's what that defense is called. And then there's the Cheval de Frise, the Forest Hills team.
There by the Comets.
Yeah, they do a nice job with that. That didn't slow them down hardly at all.
Good make there by Excel for the Blue Alliance.
There's the Big Rapids team. And there comes the Forest Hill team again.
Good cross
navigating
there.
the Cheval de Frise. The Average Joes scoring from St. Joseph High School.
The Comets knock one down, so the Red Alliance got a little comeback to do.
But again, we could have another upset in the making. Blue with a 15-point lead.
CC Automationeers getting pushed back by the Goon Squad.
But while they're playing D on them, we saw the Niles team score.
We got some good point production coming in this one.
It looks like the Goon Squad has an issue there. Look at them.
Yeah, again, that looks like they might have lost half their drive train. You saw the left side going, but the right side not going.
Right, so for Red may have a serious issue here, that Goon Squad not moving.
Average Joe's making one for the Red Alliance, and it's very, very tight.
It's dangerous too. If Goon Squad can't get out of there during the endgame period, they could draw some pretty hefty penalties. So in the last 20 seconds here where teams are allowed to hang, you're not allowed to play defense at all.
Because they get an automatic hang, right?
It would be an automatic hang counted.
See if the Red Alliance can make do with just 2 robots. A Blue Alliance make. Oh my, how close was this?
Well, of course, that broken robot not being able to make it back across means they can't capture the tower. So that's the 25-point tower capture bonus that they're going to be short.
Yep. This one looks right there. Because the Goon Squad there had an issue, they were able to get out of the way of the batter, which was a good move on their part. But the fact that they were broken down and couldn't get back, it's going to go to blue here if our score is close.
And that's really just showing how much of a team game this particular game is.
Crossing D and then 2 red shots.
So really clean cross of the Cheval de Frise there by 33-57, the Comets. And it's good patience here. 33-57 didn't trap their partner in to make their shot. They let them get out of the way first so they could go be useful collecting another ball. Yeah, there's definitely something wrong in that drivetrain there.
Yep.
Oh, and it turns into a lopsided win for the Blue Alliance as they post the scores here inside the Deltaplex.
And there you see it, the Blue Alliance moving on, so pulling the upset. We thought this one was going to be really close, though. And
tied last match, right?
Tied
Can't
last
get closer
match.
than that.
That's right.
We'll take a break here in Grand Rapids and come back with more of the 2016 Michigan First Robotics Competition State Championship.
First Robotics has found a way to crack the code on making technical careers fun and exciting.
Students work together, they collaborate, and builds a sense of working with other teams,
2.5 minute break,
schools,
guys.
To assist each other.
A stadium full of fans screaming wildly for them and encouraging them.
Manufacturing is coming back in the state. Business is coming back in the state. This is a great time for First Robotics.
It is not the science fair of old. This is an athletic-like environment that encourages young, talented people to tap into their inner genius that they have, that they can take into their careers and into their future.
When you build that relationship at an early age with a student, you start to build loyalty. And we would certainly expect that they would come to work for us.
Other businesses would really benefit from getting involved with FIRST because it's one of those situations where everybody benefits. In order to have STEM job in Michigan, you have to have students that want to do STEM in Michigan. And a lot of that is a very large barrier for students. It seems quite intimidating. FIRST will be one of those programs that it breaks it down and then the students can actually achieve while they do.
A partnership for Michigan and First Robotics means success in our future.
At Lawrence Technological University, you'll go way beyond the books. Professors with real-world experience deliver hands-on instruction in small classes, helping students land co-ops, internships, and research projects. By graduation, 80% of LTU students have jobs or plans to pursue master's degrees. And most Lawrence Tech grads earn more than their peers. So if you're ready to embrace your possibilities, we want you at LTU.
What is DTE Energy doing to help support Michigan communities?
They support a lot, like the National Cherry Festival in Traverse City, Art Prize in Grand Rapids, not to mention help fund the Career Technology Center at Monroe County Community College. And also helping make the streets of Detroit safer.
Wow, that's a lot.
You're telling me. I'm exhausted. DTE Energy. Know your own power.
So we continue with our activity here at the Deltaplex, and this has been pretty boisterous, to say the least.
Yeah, we've seen some upsets already. A huge upset in number 16 taking out number 1. We saw number 9 take out number 8. And the other ones kind of went so far as planned. 5 did defeat 12, 4 defeated 13, 2 took out 15, 6, 11, and 3, 14. We've got one more octofinal. This is number 7 against number 10. And so they're all tied up 1 apiece. Whoever wins moves on. So again, that number 7 alliance is Team Robotics, that's Holland Christian. Team 70, that's More Martians from Goodrich. And 3655, the Tractor Technicians from Mason. On the Blue Alliance, from Davison, 3534, House of Cards. From Goodrich also, 494, the Martians. And from Midland, which is Bullock Creek High School, that's Blitz Creek, 3770. And following this match, we will be down to 8 alliances. Yep. 24 teams remaining out of our 411 in the state.
And here we had red win the first match, and then blue won the second. So we'll see if maybe momentum will play a factor here.
So again, we wait for the autonomous period, 15
look at the screen
seconds.
right now. Work right across the screen on the robots. Give a quick little blurb about it. Never mind. Next time we'll pull that shot up.
No, we're underway in autonomous.
A little bit of problem for the Blue Alliance getting over. Not much, but a little. Look at the hang up there for
Blues flip.
Tractor Technicians. They're stuck.
Yeah, so that's the Mason team.
Now they move off.
But I think Holland made their autonomous shot.
Yep.
And so that keeps it really close.
Yep, 32-30. And they've already made another one. I mean, again, they're running that low bar cycle.
Yeah, so
just trying to run up the score.
That Holland Christian team, there they just came into your screen, heading back out. There's the Davison team taking a shot. Here's Holland Christian. Let's see how quickly they can do this. They come down, they set up. Oh, misfire.
Yep. Team Robotics on the miss.
It's almost
like shooter wasn't up to speed, right?
Yep. A lot of the shooters are like almost like a baseball pitching machine. 2 rotating wheels. Ball drops in, spits them out that way.
Martians lining up for the Blue Alliance with a make, and we've got House of Cards ready to do likewise, except they're going to go high and make.
Davison is really solid on their shot.
Not fast, but high percentage,
Yeah.
so they take the extra time. They want to keep their effective shooting percentage
A long
high.
distance shot. Red Alliance knocking down back-to-back shots. We got a lot of points here, both teams at or over 100.
Yeah, with just under a minute remaining in the match.
And we've switched again to a no defense style here.
Yeah.
Three robots scoring on both sides.
House of Cards puts one short.
I think we cursed them.
Yeah.
More Martians knocking one down on the other end.
All right, I feel a little better. They made that one. There's 37-70, nice shot of them, Blitz Creek.
And a make for the Red Alliance, the More Martians. Sorry, the Team Robotics robot getting it done. Now it's time for these alliances to try to capture the tower. Blue Alliance in good position with 2 robots on the far sides of the tower trying to make their climb. You can see the Blitz Creek robots struggling to get that extra pull.
And Red left a machine not up on the batter there.
Tractor Technicians.
Yeah, something seemed to be going on with them too. They got a little bit stuck on a ball, and then it seemed like they just didn't have control of the robot. And that,
we got a couple blue shots being made to start out.
I think not getting to the batter there has a good chance of costing them the match.
You know, one thing I'm a little concerned about here, you've got Martians on one side, More Martians on the other from Goodrich High School. The bus ride back to Goodrich, I wonder if they got to all sit on one side of the bus or the other, and some are happy, or if they talk to each other, or how that works out.
We got 2 red shots coming up.
And here's the Red Alliance taking their shots.
That's a good shot of some of those wheels spinning up.
Yeah, I wonder if Miguel Cabrera could hit a fastball from that one, put a little spin on it, a little sinker ball or something.
We're going to go red tower fail.
And here's where the Red Alliance struggled on the tower.
Never mind, we'll go to scoreboard, cut the scoreboard.
And we'll jump to the scoreboard right now, and a one-sided victory for the Blue Alliance.
We're going to try that red tower shot again coming out. Actually, yeah, let's do red tower shot, talk about the fail.
It's end game. 15 points on the challenge scale, 25 points for the tower bonus, 40 points lost in the last 10 seconds there for red, and a 35-point victory. So again, that's where it was decided. It was neck and neck all the way down to the last second.
Yeah, and a couple up-and-comers there, right? House of Cards and Blitzkrieg, nice job. We haven't heard much from them in the past. Now, the Martians are well-known. They've been to every one of these states. They've been a world champ back in 2004. So they're known internationally and at the big event down in St. Louis. But some up-and-comers there. House of Cards and Blitzkrieg from Midland and Davison.
Yeah, just executing.
Let's set up a break.
We'll take a timeout here as our competition continues in Grand Rapids. We're at the Deltaplex Arena, the Michigan First Robotics Competition State Championship.
First Robotics has found a way to crack the code on making technical careers fun and exciting.
Students work together, they collaborate, and builds a sense of working with other teams, with other schools, to assist each other.
A stadium full of fans screaming wildly for them and encouraging them.
Manufacturing is coming back in the state. Business is coming back in the state. This is a great time for First Robotics.
It is not the science fair of old. This is an athletic-like environment that encourages young, talented people to tap into their inner genius that they have, that they can take into their careers and into their future.
When you build that relationship at an early age with a student, you start to build loyalty. And we would certainly expect that they would come to work for us.
Other businesses would really benefit from getting involved with FIRST because it's one of those situations where everybody benefits. In order to have STEM job in Michigan, you have to have students that want to do STEM in Michigan. And a lot of that is a very large barrier for students. It seems quite intimidating. FIRST will be one of those programs that it breaks it down and then the students can actually achieve while they do.
A partnership for Michigan and First Robotics means success in our future.
At Lawrence Technological University, you'll go way beyond the books. Professors with real-world experience deliver hands-on instruction in small classes, helping students land co-ops, internships, and research projects. By graduation, 80% of LTU students have jobs or plans to pursue master's degrees. And most Lawrence Tech grads earn more than their peers. So if you're ready to embrace your possibilities, we want you at LTU.
What is DTE Energy doing to help support Michigan communities?
They support a lot.
30 seconds.
Like the National Cherry Festival in Traverse City, Art Prize in Grand Rapids, not to mention help fund the Career Technology Center at Monroe County Community College. And also helping make the streets of Detroit safer.
Wow, that's a lot.
You're telling me. I'm exhausted. DTE Energy. Know your own power.
And guys, you're back. Dan, you're back.
Welcome back to Grand Rapids as we continue our competition, the apex of the robotics season, which is really short. Dan, we've talked off microphone about this, about the challenge of doing all of this work in such a short period of time. Starting in January, that's when the schools find out, the teams find out what the game is and how to build the robot. It's a lot of work crammed into a short window of time.
Yeah, it's 6 weeks from the day we find out what the game is to when we have to actually seal our robots up in a giant plastic bag, and you're not allowed to work on the robot for the most part between then and your first competition. And then we've got to cram all the competitions in. We had, I believe, 22 events this year.
21 districts.
21 district events, and then the state championship. So, and you had to fit all of that in just 7 weeks of matches, of tournament time. So even the event season was very busy for the volunteers.
And it takes an army of them.
Can you reset the quarterfinals and how the quarterfinals will work?
So
go ahead and turn around. Getting
ready for the quarterfinals. And let's do a kind of a reset and talk about how the quarterfinals are going to unfold here. What's the schedule going forward, Dave?
So now again, in the quarterfinals, it will take 2 wins to advance to the semifinals. So now we are down to our 8 3-team alliances. Each one of them had to have 2 wins out of the octofinals to advance to here. And the quarters look a lot like the octofinals and what the semifinals will look, and the finals. It takes 2 wins to move on.
Dan, based on what you've seen so far, which alliance looks best?
I got to go with number 2 alliance. It's 27 Team Rush, 67 the hot team, and somehow they managed to snag 17-18 Fighting Pi as their 3rd robot. They put up 2 scores of 225 in their 2 matches, both high scores in Michigan. Somebody's going to have to mix their game up. Somebody's going to have to play some defense, trap them where they're not expecting it, because if you try to go head-to-head with that alliance, you're going to fall behind.
Yeah, the strategy. Dave, what trends might we see going forward?
Well, can I still build upon that number 2? Because
sure.
I'm going to go there too.
All right.
And part of this is I'm looking at Dan Kimura's and Jim Zondag's RoboZone Top 25 rankings. And where they had hot, both of them had hot at number 1. And then you look to their alliance partners here, and you've got the Fighting Pi with 16 and 14. And then Rush, they had at 8 and, 12. So all 3 of them were in their top 25. Something you can't let them go unmolested like they did in the octofinals, because they're going to beat you if you do. So we've seen some great defense played, and I'm curious to see.
We're going to see more? That's what you think?
They have to go play defense against that number 2 alliance, that's for sure.
Yeah, and the rate they're cycling balls, they might actually use up the balls they have available to them. So there's a chance that a team playing defense at the right point, where they're trying to inbound the balls, might do a good job of slowing them down.
So now we've got a nice graphic on the screen here that shows
that can't be right.
Where we're going.
Get off it.
And it's looks like it needs to be updated here.
It's what? Sorry, keep going, guys.
So what we're going to see now is the number 16 alliance against the number 9 alliance. We'll see the number 5 alliance against the number 4, the number 2, who we were just talking about, against the number 10, and the number 6 against the number 3.
We got some statistics here from the first round, our octofinal round. Our average score here was 168. Our average win margin was 32. And we're averaging 50 boulder points a match. So all of those numbers are gigantic compared to what we saw during the regular district season.
Any adjustments that the teams might be making between octo and quarterfinals back in the pits?
How about this question, guys? What do you think it goes on? What is going on in the pits right now? What are these teams talking about? We've talked about what we think they'll do. What is their strategy mindset going through right now?
Well, I think if they can, they're thinking about what they saw their opposition do to advance to this round. How were they playing defense? What type of defense was it? How do we protect against that shot? You know, we saw those picks, right? Dan, you're a professional basketball announcer at times, right?
Yes.
And college basketball.
Yes.
We saw some nice picks being set out here,
yes,
right?
Yes, we did. I have to say,
graphics are updated.
Defense seems to be a little more prominent and prevalent. And if you're saying there's going to be more of it, bring it on.
You know what? I just had a thought. Let's think back 2 years ago Remember we were playing with the large balls, and you had to pass, basically one team had to touch it, they had to pass it to another team, and then a third team. But then defense played huge, and that's where we saw Team Rush and the Killer Bees and Big Mo take out 67, and I think it was with 17-18 and Holland. And remember, they put up tremendous defense. It was one of the few times where it's like, holy cow, the defense there was awesome.
Yep.
Shut them down.
I mean, in robotics, defense can be the great equalizer, but you got to play it well. And that's always hard when you have some of these, elite teams out there trying to run around you and score.
And the defense becomes a little more prominent because it's not unlimited balls or boulders that are out there. Since that's contained, you have to be a little bit more aggressive about stopping the shots that are going to be up, because you can't get, there's just not balls flying everywhere the way that there have been in years past.
That's a good point. There's a limited amount of ammunition out there to go pick up and damage that tower.
Yep, and they all get inbounded from two places on the field. Two opposite corners on the field are where all of the balls are returned to the field. So there's this kind of choke point there where a smart team playing defense has a chance to maybe cut that supply off and force some of the teams to take a longer pass. So we watched a few robots, 2771 Code Red, 107 Team Robotics, were both running this low bar cycle where they go under the low bar, get a ball that's rolled to them from the human player, go back under the low bar and shoot. And what we might see is some teams try to break that cycle up, put a robot high on the field to play defense, and actually play defense more in the midfield than on the offensive side.
That's definitely what I have to do against Holland Christian, because you got to do something to slow them down, right? Because they're just back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. I mean, you got to go break that flow somehow.
Which robots surprised you, either one of you, the most in what we've just seen so far?
You have to give it to the number 16 Alliance, I think, right?
Yeah. I mean, you don't expect the 16 to take out the number 1. There's no doubt about that.
Yep. And that alliance of 50-48, 548, and 217, 548 and 217 are both extremely, extremely good teams.
That's right.
And 217, again, we were kind of trying to guess how those selections would play out. We thought 217 could very easily have gone several picks earlier. So a couple of good teams who may be dropping down in the rank or in the pick a little bit created that alliance.
And then, so hats off to the Imlay City team, right? Okay, they're the Alliance captain. They were not out on the field originally, right? But through the Alliance selection process, they moved into a picking spot, right, as the number 16. They had done their homework, and they picked two good machines. And inevitably, well, not inevitably, but a lot of times, that second pick being better than your opposition's second pick is huge.
Especially when you're down at the bottom of the pick order, at the bottom of the bracket there. You need to make up some ground somewhere. And, we've seen a lot of teams, of course, this is the state championship, so if you make it here, chances are you're prepared. But we've seen a lot of teams go out there, not expect to be a picking team, and when they get out to the field, they're almost picking random numbers. I mean, I've seen it happen where a team starts shouting their number from the stands, and the person on the field
it sounds good to me.
Exactly. They had no idea who to go with, so they just went with that number. So being prepared is huge.
Right. Or looking up to the board to see who's still available, and whoever is just the highest rank one, okay, I guess that's the way to go.
We're going to commercial.
We'll take a break here in Grand Rapids and continue with our coverage. It's the Michigan First Robotics Competition State Championship.
For over 30 years, we've been the leading supplier of robots, CNCs, and factory automation to American manufacturing. We help companies reach production goals locally and globally with bringing manufacturing back to North America. Our innovative technologies provide world-class quality and efficiency. We train, educate, and develop highly skilled workers, harnessing the power of man and machine together. We are the future of manufacturing. We are FANUC America.
Okay, basketball superstar Stanley Johnson, if I make this shot, you owe me a $15 meal deal from Hungry Howie's.
How about a $10 meal deal?
Agreed. A $20 meal deal. Hit it!
You missed.
Order a meal deal online. Get a free Howie Brownie on any online order of $15 or more using coupon code SWEET1. Now that's an idea.
Hungry?
Howie's! Ever wanted more insight into where you're wasting energy? Well, now you've got it. With the DTE Insight app, Energy Bridge, and Advanced Meter, you can get real-time info on where your energy is going. It even tells you how much energy different appliances use. And it provides custom tips on how to save even more money, around 5 to 10% on your energy bill. Now, if it could just tell me where I left my remote. Thank you. DTE Energy. Know your own power.
Genius is
30
not
seconds.
born. It's nurtured. It's curious. Genius takes teamwork, patience. It keeps going until that moment when it shines. Introducing the Generation Genius Project, a consumer's energy educational initiative to inspire a passion in science, technology, engineering, and math. Discover the genius in all of us.
Back on.
Welcome back to Grand Rapids as we continue and getting ready for the first quarterfinal coming up. Some new names, some younger teams. Dan, here's a question for you. You've been involved with directly leading and organizing these teams in the past. Does nerves and anxiety become a little more prevalent for the operators in the teleperiod?
Oh, for sure. And it depends on the driver, on the team, how much experience they have. But the nerves definitely pick up, and we'll see some robots make uncharacteristic plays or some mistakes. But a lot of these drivers get practice time too back at their shop. And you know, if you can execute the same thing over and over again there, you just got to kind of forget about what round it is and perform.
But you know, Dave, it's just like a sporting team. At any level, it's very hard to create real-life game conditions when you're just in a gym or a quiet atmosphere. This is the complete opposite. So that's something that the kids have to try to overcome and manage, is that adrenaline kick that comes in as they get deeper and go closer to maybe a state championship.
Yeah, I think what's really important for each member of that drive team is just to focus on what they need to do. That's why it's good to have a good coach standing behind you, have them tell you what to do, and you block everything else out and focus on that one item. Now, what some of these teams, a lot of, as we're moving now into the quarterfinals, a lot of these teams, kind of as Dan implied, have a backup machine back at home. They could not be practicing with the machines you see on the field. These machines you're seeing right now, earlier in this week, they were kind of bundled up, and they only had very limited amount of time where they could have them out. But a lot of them built backup machines, hopefully almost identical to what they've got here. And they for sure would have been practicing with them, and they might have used robots from previous years to go out and kind of battle against, to have them play some defense against them.
Dan, here's another question. Are the mentors kind of buzzing around behind the scenes to whisper, or not whisper, but communicate and kind of keep everybody focused and keep their target locked in?
Yeah, and it starts with the drive coach. A lot of teams have an adult mentor as their coach on the field with the high school student drivers. And a good drive coach is going to try to take the pressure off of their drivers. They'll say, look, if we lose the match, it's my fault. I told you to do the wrong thing. I made the wrong call. And that kind of, takes some of that pressure off. And then you also have that whole support, crew behind it as well. So you've got people scouting other matches. You've got people watching how you're playing, and they'll come and they'll give you feedback after the match. And it's always nice to funnel that, so you make sure that if there is anything negative, if your driver did make a mistake, you're not going to bring that up to the driver. You're going to try to build up his confidence and make him feel like, he's ready to go, or she's ready to go.
The big cheer in the crowd comes from an audience selection regarding defense. We'll find out exactly what that's about in a moment, but there is a lot of activity, noise, enthusiasm in this building right now.
Yeah, to build upon something Dan said there, a lot of these experienced teams, what you see here, almost all of them have an adult in the drive station. And I argue or debate, I say that's a good thing. Throughout this season, you've had students and mentors working together. to me, it's just another opportunity for a student and mentor to work together. Now, there are a lot of teams that say, you know, it's just for the students, have them go out there, and that's okay. But I like this idea of an adult, and as Dan said, then the adult can take the pressure if you don't succeed out there. And again, it's not all about winning.
But from my vantage point, yeah, it's just a matter of having an extra support system and resource who can kind of mentally see the big picture.
Yeah. And help them relax a little bit. Take a deep breath before that match and have fun with it.
So we're set to start our first quarterfinal match. Red Alliance is RoboStangs, Spartronics, and Thunder Chickens. Blue Alliance, the Gems, Excel, and the CC Automationeers.
So this is a little different here, isn't it, Dan, that we see the lower ranked team in red bumpers?
Yep, because they take the spot from the team they beat. So because they beat the #1 seed, they get the red bumpers the rest of the tournament if they can stay in it.
Okay.
So the autonomous period coming first. And a big start for the Red Alliance. Blue Alliance coming back, though, with back-to-back makes as we move on to Tella.
Yeah, Blue picking up 50 points there. There we see the Gems scoring their shot. Going over the moat is that defense you saw them go over.
Thunder Chickens knocking one down, and an answer on the other side from Excel.
There's the RoboStangs, reigning state champ there.
Point blank make.
Yep, draining it in the high goal.
And some defense. Look at that Red Alliance robot, the Spartronics. Trying to bump up strong on Excel and doing a good job. Excel able to knock it down after the pressure comes off. On the other end, Red Alliance trying to look for a good shot for themselves. Spartronics not allowing Excel to get a good position. Now they back off, and there's the basket.
Now, you see what Excel's doing. They're putting themselves right up against the diamond plate, so that makes it very, very difficult for Spartronics to turn them. That's an awesome move by the driver of the Niles team. Put myself right up against the diamond plate. He can't turn me when I go to line up my shot.
Yeah, and it looked like they resorted to just trying to hit him right as the ball was exiting the robot, but they didn't time it quite right.
Well, this is very close. CC Automationeers making one, and we're looking at Thunder Chickens. They'll pop one and make one.
Right, and Blue does not really have a robot on defense here, so Thunder Chickens and 548 RoboStangs are pretty much unopposed right now.
Inside 30 seconds. Teams will get a final few shots up, including Excel.
See, now Excel lined up totally different that time when the defense wasn't being played against them.
Yep.
Smart, smart, smart.
Now we'll see who can capture the tower. The Red Alliance moving Thunder Chickens. They get up there. Blue Alliance, what a great climb for the CC Automationeers, and they're going to pull another one up. Blue Alliance, a late push.
Right, and the Thunder Chickens are not up. They look like they're close, but from here, they did not make it.
They are definitely too low.
We're going to show a replay with Red making shots over, or Blue making shot over Red's defense.
So there's the defense of Red being played. 43-62 pulling in there. Now here's Niles. Now the defense is playing tough. Now they're right up against the diamond plate. They back off. Now they can't be really moved anymore because they're up against the diamond plate. And they're smart enough to wait. Wait till they back off before I let the shot go.
And really, they inadvertently got pushed into a position where they were stable. Let's go to our scoreboard. The Blue Alliance coming out victorious there. And the real difference was in the boulder.
We're going to come back in
Count.
and replay.
Yep, they just able to get through the defense, put some more shots up high. And it looks like the third robot, blue had 3 robots on offense, red only had 2. Looks like they were able to get through the defense enough with that advantage.
All right, Dan, so
here's your blue tower. Scale.
As they go up here.
Well, look at that thing move.
And I almost thought at this point, there's no way 43-62, the Gems are going to be able to get up. 4 seconds left.
There
but
they
man,
go.
once they land that hook, it's no time at all.
So both the Big Rapids team and the Brighton team, successful hangs there. And so what did we just see? We just saw the 16 Alliance knock out the number 1, and they just lost.
Yep.
Amazing. Well, can't take anything for granted.
All right, we're moving on to the number 4 Alliance against the number 5.
Again, go left or right on your screen, and you go through the box if you can.
So let's go left to right on our screen. Which robot stands out coming into this quarterfinal match?
Right away, all the way on the left, 54-60, that's strike zone. Excellent catapult, accurate shooter. I'm going to get a lot of 5-point shots here. 51-50, I believe, was the Alliance captain who put this Alliance together. And 21-37 is a traditional powerhouse team that somehow was around again in that late round pick for them. But on the other side, that 20-54 and 27-71 robots are both 2 top high goal shooters as well.
And the Alliance captain there is the rookie, the East Grand Rapids team.
Yep.
So there's the Tech Vikes. Oh, just missing. But Code Red did score there, 27-71.
And that was the only score, so they do get the 10-point advantage from that. I think 3 red misses during that period. Well, 2 red misses and 51-50, I think, dropped the ball off.
Tech Vikes making a short one and a long miss by the Code Red Robotics.
Nice shot there by 54-60.
Just such a gentle toss by that catapult.
Yep. You know, one good thing with that, it doesn't ever rattle out the other side.
Exactly, yep.
Sometimes a powerful shot will go in one side of the tower, come back out. Well, that does not count.
Good crossover there.
There it is, you know, just putting it up there.
And now those balls that they left there earlier, they're going to make use of them. So we should see a kind of a quick burst of scoring here for the Red Alliance.
Yeah, nice cycling there by 54-60, picking them up and scoring. That strike zone out of Lapeer.
Torque lines up and knocks it down. And a make there.
It's close, 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 right? 70-75 here.
Very close. A deep make for the Red Alliance, and good defense there by the Hybrid Hornets.
That defense is pushing 27-71 Code Red back to the defense spot, the outer work shot, to be protected. They got a quick one off there, though, before the defense could come back to them.
Now again, Code Red, just a breakout year for them this year. 2 district wins. There you see them 27-71.
And I think they're playing defense right now. 27-71 is trying to trap that red robot 51-50 because we're almost to end game, and they're not looking to shoot there.
Good make there by the strike zone. And a miss on the other side by Code Red Robotics. We're inside 10 seconds. Who's going to try to capture their tower in the middle for Red? It's strike zone on their way up. Also trying is Torque, but they're not going to get anywhere. This is pretty close. Not high scoring, but close.
We still have some bonuses to apply, so the scores will go up. Looks like 1 hang aside.
We have a blue shot, blue making a shot.
There we see Code Red coming into the picture on the left there. The defense upset them. They didn't get the shot off.
Here's a red shot. We're crossing the barrier and then shooting.
There's Torque over the rough terrain. That defense is the rough terrain.
And they set up for a shot.
The scoreboard is posted here inside the Deltaplex. and a 187-79 win. Ooh, not much comfort there.
It's like 2 extra high goals scored was the entire difference there. I mean, a very, very close match.
So now we get our number 2 against the number 10. The hot team Rush and Fighting Pie are number 2. They've put up the high score so far against House of Cards, Martians, and Blitzkrieg. Dan, I'm thinking here, I'm guessing the Red Alliance doesn't even think about any defense, that they just continue to pour offense, offense, offense. This would be the one alliance where I would think they never go and play defense.
That's what I would expect. Actually, though, the Blue Alliance, their last match, they scored 192 to Red's 225, so 30-point difference there. I think they're going to have to try to change something up, but 192 is a pretty high score as well, so they might just hope that they can score a few more balls.
So this Red Alliance and Blue Alliance quarterfinal showdown features the hot team, Team Rush, the Fighting Pie for Red. Blues got House of Cards, Martians, Blitzkrieg. Dave, an overview on these robots here.
Well, 67, 3-time state champ, 3-time world champ, Hall of Fame team. They're over on the left of your screen. Rush, state champ here 2 years ago, a Hall of Fame team. Hot won 2 this year. Rush won 1. Fighting Pie are top notch all the time. You know, the edge, I mean, has to go to the Red Alliance here.
Because
but
of
House
experience.
Yeah, experience. Now, House of Cards, I mean, these other guys have won and they've advanced. They're not as well nearly, I mean, they're not nearly as well known as that Red Alliance. But they're up-and-comers here. Now, the Martians are. They've been on the big stage before. And they've got, longtime mentor back there, Jay Tenbrink. He's a smart guy, right? And
yep. The one area that the Blue Alliance has the advantage in is they've been hanging more consistently. So if there's one weakness to this Red Alliance, we've seen some missed hangs. And this Blue Alliance has 2 hangers as well, so they can match up well. They might be able to make up some points in the end game.
So might the Red Alliance head to that tower maybe a couple seconds quicker and say, we're going to shut off the ball scoring a little bit earlier and make sure we get those hangs? I don't know.
Yeah, it's, the hang is 15 points. Being on the tower and scoring a ball is only 10. So it's almost always to your benefit to err on the side of caution and give yourself the extra time there for the hang.
Now, again, one thing we saw, remember the first match, 17-18 had an issue. It looked like they worked flawlessly in the second match, but that first match, if you think back to that one, they had sat for a long time. I think if they sit for a long time, if something like that would happen, here comes Blue.
Yeah, I think they had their free one.
Yeah.
And, they're going to have to be able to perform every match from here on out. It just gets harder, right, as we get deeper into the tournament bracket here.
Where's the best place to increase points from match to match?
Where do you think is the best place to increase points then?
The teams are breaching the defenses. They're getting almost all the defense points that they can get. Guarantee you get your hang, and you get about all of the tower points you can get. So really, there's 2 areas that you can expand your score in, and one is autonomous mode. If you make that autonomous mode shot, which we've seen be hit or miss for most of these alliances, that can get you an advantage. And then you just got to keep scoring high goals, those boulders up high during the match.
What might be causing some of those misses in autonomous?
And then how about those misses in autonomous? That's not anything you want to be happy about.
Yeah, a lot of the teams programmed one autonomous mode. That's kind of their bread and butter. And there's a few of the defenses that are easier to drive over without losing the setup of your robot, the positioning of your robot. So the low bar, like 67 that we see here is lined up in front of, it's just a ramp up and down. It's a smooth transition. Your robot never really bounces off the ground, so you can have very good control of where the robot ends up when it takes the shot. But because 3 robots are trying to do it now, somebody's got to take a harder defense, And if your robot gets jostled or comes off unclean, you're going to have a harder shot.
And here we go.
The autonomous period begins.
And it looks like everybody's over.
And 27 spinning in a circle there was they were
hunting.
trying to reacquire the tower.
And they got it.
And they got it.
But blue did too. So we're coming out tied 40-40.
50-40. Hot also hit the high goal.
Oh, we did right at the end.
Yep.
Must have been. Okay. So I think the Martians hit for the Blue Alliance.
That's correct.
Good point production early for the Red Alliance. You can see the hot team squares up and knocks it down.
Here comes Rush. There is trouble.
Yep.
That is trouble.
And that's one of the easier. That's one of the easier defenses too that the Martians there are stuck on. So they need the partner to get over there quickly to help them out.
Now they disengage. Well, they made it. Yep.
That could be the difference in this match, though. We'll see how this plays out.
They rebound and make that shot. So.
And see what we're seeing here? No defense whatsoever.
I think 37-70 is camping out, waiting for 67 to make a run here. So 67 comes through this low bar. They just ran into the defense.
For the Red Alliance.
They're keeping them away from the ball in the middle of the field.
Red Alliance making a lot of shots.
They actually forced 67 away. There were some easy balls right there, and they forced 67 to go all the way around. 67 actually illegally entered
and they got a penalty.
Secret passage and got a penalty. So that's good defense. That's good ball starvation defense that we see right now from 37-70.
Yeah, now the advantage is still the Reds. So they even got the penalty. They're still holding the advantage here.
Now they hung out. 37-70 did too long. 67 was able to come back and get a different ball.
Red Alliance with that make at the top of your screen by the hot team. Ooh, Red Alliance grabbing that one. Boy, this is pretty close. Remember, there's a penalty that may come into play here. Ooh, Red Alliance just knocked down
Dan,
in a row.
Are the penalties assessed during the match or only at the end?
They should be during. We saw a big increase in points there. I'm not sure what the call was, so I'll be interested to see how many penalty points.
So now we see 67 and Rush going up.
If they both hang.
Synchronized hanging.
But they're missing Pi. Where is Fighting Pi? Only 5 seconds left. And there's something wrong with that robot.
The attempt to capture the tower.
Fighting Pi, an issue again. There they are in the bottom of your shot. There's a referee right in front of it looking at it. But the hangs, Dan, what I see there is they get, looks like both Rush and Hot are up, which would give them 30.
I think it might only be one is up. 27, I think, is
Bumpers too low?
On a pretty steep angle there. I think I saw a signal of only one up for Red from the referees.
That could be a difference here, although if we look at the score that's up right now, 195-142, well, looking at the blue, they've got 2 up and the 3rd on.
Yep, and they're going to get that 25-point capture bonus.
So we see 15, 30, 35.
3 red shots.
It's going to be about 45 points. It's going to be close. It's going to be maybe single digits.
In a row.
And again, now what's going on with Fighting Pi?
Actually make it here.
This was early enough. I think they're still functioning here. I think we're going to see all 3 red robots showing you why they're putting up high scores.
1, 2, 3. So that was 15 points. Boom.
Next one's Red Tower King.
So there you can see the
there. At the very end, we saw a jerk from 27, and I think something came free a little bit. They sunk down just a couple inches, and that was enough.
Just waiting on score.
Red Alliance looks like they're going to win this, but we're waiting for the official score.
It's close.
I think they built up enough of a cushion. I think the Red Alliance is going to take it. But again, that tower capture is just so many points that not getting back to the tower by 17-18 is what makes this a little scary for them.
Wow, 200 points by the Blue Alliance. Not enough.
And they drew. So Red does win. There's a shot of the hot team. But there it is, 215 to 202. And look at the penalties. There were penalties in there. And, you know, hats off to Blue. They drew hot into being penalized.
Yep. It was smart defensive play, and you can see, I mean, this margin of victory came way down. The scoring for the number 2 Alliance came down. But again, if you go back and you add in 5 points for being on the ramp, on the batter for fighting Pi, and you add in the 25 points for the tower capture, all of a sudden you add 30 points to that 215, you've got a 245.
Yeah.
Oh, mama.
Well, look at already, we've almost lost the point. 202 and you lost.
Yeah, right?
202 and you lost.
Yeah. We're getting to that point where you've got to be above 200 to take the matches, but maybe even higher.
Do that left or right shot again.
So here we come up now. We're going to have the number 3 Alliance against the number 6. We see 10-23. They're on the number 3 Alliance. So the red bumpers are the number 3 Alliance. Trisonics is the captain. They're 4003. They're in the middle for red. And then 5114 is the Titanium Tigers out of Fenton. The blue machines, the captain is 4967, that one team. Their first pick, 1918, NC Gears. And then you've got 3546, Buck and Gears.
And 3546 is a robot that it is not the highest scoring robot at this event. It's actually not playing the most defense at this event, but they're playing extremely smart. They're feeding their partners. They're being very efficient with their time. I think that robot is getting, or that team is getting close to 100% out of that robot, which is hard to do.
Yeah, I got to see them at West Michigan a few weeks back, and I was very impressed with that Grand Haven team. They were fun to watch. It seemed like they played very smart. The machine ran well. Another up-and-comer here.
I believe we're going to have another audience selection coming up, guys.
We're on the verge of having another audience selection come up here, so you'll hear the crowd reacting to that here at the Deltaplex Arena in Grand Rapids.
We talked about audience selection. Talk about the defensive selection between each match.
How about the defensive selection between each match?
Well, what we have here, so we mentioned audience selection before. That is the number 3 position, defense. The number 1 position is the low bar. It's always out there. The other 3 positions are selected by the Alliance, and basically they select those defenses as part of their outer works to protect their castle and their tower. So that's why you see this field crew working so hard. Basically, between every match, they're swapping out 3 of those defenses per side as the new ones come in.
How much does scouting play into that?
How much does scouting play into that?
Dan, I don't know. I don't have a good feel for that.
There might be 1 or 2 defenses that teams can't cross, but the alliances here at this point are so good that somebody on the alliance is going to be able to cross the defense. What they're looking for when they make the defense selections is there's a couple things. A few teams here have figured out that their human player can curve
We're
a
running
boulder
without game sounds, guys, on the left.
From the human player zone across the field.
We are running a match on the left. We didn't know it's going without game sound.
So we just started this one. Bedford Express, Trisonics, and Titanium Tigers for the Red Alliance. Blue Alliance, NC Gears, that one team, and Buck and Gears.
And so off to a good start is the Blue Alliance. They're up 55-29 right now 34.
And we seem to have lost a robot. 4003
Trisonics out of Allendale.
Trisonics. They've got a Robo Rio reboot, so their main computer on the robot is rebooting. That could be 30 seconds till they're back. It could be longer.
And they're already in a hole, the Red Alliance. That's a tough break.
Buck and Gears playing good defense.
Yeah, against Bedford Express, reigning state champ there. And I should say, too, Bedford Express, they went all the way to Einstein last year. Great performance for them.
Blue Alliance taking advantage. A couple of makes there.
There we see the Grand Haven team playing defense against the Bedford team. And it worked. They missed the shot.
Perfectly timed hit there.
Now 19-18, NC Gears, Newaygo County. Nice shot there. Square up. 5 points in that high goal. Titanium Tigers playing defense. And there's Trisonic still sitting stationary. And Blue just putting it to him here with just two machines. Not much
they can do.
Yeah. You know, and this, I think this is one where, again, mentors back there when the match is over. It's like, hey guys, shake it off. You know, that was one match, and let's get ready for the next one. And I can guarantee you that pit crew for 4003, they're waiting wrenches in hand on the sideline to figure out what's going on here.
It seems like it's going to be an electrical issue. Those are always scary. Those are hard to track down because they're not always reproducible. But I hope they find it.
Red Alliance trying to capture the tower, but...
Well, and look what happened. As soon as that match ended, we saw Mike Copioli, who we had heard from before, right there.
Yep,
this
with
shot,
the orange hat in the front.
FTA's down there. And so first off...
We're going to throw to Steph. She's got an interview.
You've got the field folks down there.
Not yet.
Yeah, so these guys are going to get any more information they have. They have some logs on the field. We record some data about the communication during the match that they can use to help troubleshoot the problem. But, the teams that are out there, even the team that is playing against them, right, wants all of the robots working in the match. Nobody wants to win because a robot got disconnected and was unable to play. So they're going to try to find the answer, and I think they will.
We got replay blue making shot over red defense.
Here's a replay, a blue basket over the Red Alliance playing defense.
Do it again, start again.
So there's the red, 51-14, trying to defend against 49-67. That shot, so they got over to 19-18 too late.
Yep.
When they went over there, 49-67 took the shot.
And I think that team, the driver or the coach, needs to realize that 19-18 is they're nestled in. They've got that shot. Give that basket up, give that shot up, come back after the one that's vulnerable.
Yeah, perfection of right there would have been to stop both of them, but you weren't going to have perfection, so let progress, that being stop one of them. Don't go for perfection, but stop one of them.
Yep. And we saw at points in that match, they were playing effective defense on that one team, which is their team name. I'm not just calling them that one team. But they were able to kind of bump them back.
Go to break. We are going to break.
First Robotics has found a way to crack the code on making technical careers fun and exciting.
Students work together, they collaborate, and builds a sense of working with other teams, with other schools, to assist each other.
A stadium full of fans screaming wildly for them and encouraging them.
Manufacturing is coming back in the state. Business is coming back in the state. This is a great time for First Robotics.
It is not the science fair of old. This is an athletic-like environment that encourages young, talented people to tap into their inner genius that they have, that they can take into their careers and into their future.
When you build that relationship at an early age with a student, you start to build loyalty. And we would certainly expect that they would come to work for us.
Other businesses would really benefit from getting involved with FIRST because it's one of those situations where everybody benefits. In order to have STEM job in Michigan, you have to have students that want to do STEM in Michigan. And a lot of that is a very large barrier for students. It seems quite intimidating. FIRST will be one of those programs that it breaks it down and then the students can actually achieve while they do.
A partnership for Michigan and First Robotics means success in our future.
At Lawrence Technological University, you'll go way beyond the books. Professors with real-world experience deliver hands-on instruction in small classes, helping students land co-ops, internships, and research projects. By graduation, 80% of LTU students have jobs or plans to pursue master's degrees. And most Lawrence Tech grads earn more than their peers. So if you're ready to embrace your possibilities, we want you at LTU.
For over 30 years, we've been the leading supplier of robots, CNCs, and factory automation to American manufacturing. We help companies reach production goals locally and globally with bringing manufacturing back to North America. Our innovative technologies provide world-class quality and efficiency. We train, educate, and develop highly skilled workers, harnessing the power of man and machine together. We are the future of manufacturing. We are FANUC America.
1.5 minutes. When we come back, we're going to check the score, obviously, for the last game.
It's curious. Genius takes teamwork, patience. It keeps going until that moment when it shines. Introducing the Generation Genius Project, a consumer's energy educational initiative to inspire a passion in science, technology, engineering, and math. Discover the genius in all of us.
Okay, basketball superstar Stanley Johnson, if I make this shot, you owe me a $15 meal deal from Hungry Howie's.
How about a $10 meal deal?
Agreed. A $20 meal deal. Hit it!
Did it go in? You missed.
Order a meal deal online. Get a free Howie Brownie on any online order of $15 or more using coupon code SWEET1. Now that's an idea.
Hungry?
Howie! Stand by, 30 seconds.
What is DTE Energy doing to help support Michigan communities?
They support a lot, like the National Cherry Festival in Traverse City, Art Prize in Grand Rapids, not to mention help fund the Career Technology Center at Monroe County Community College. And also helping make the streets of Detroit safer.
Wow, that's a lot.
You're telling me. I'm exhausted. DTE Energy, know your own power.
Back here at the Deltaplex in Grand Rapids, we continue working our way through the quarterfinal matchups, and the last one-sided for obvious reasons, with the Red Alliance down a machine.
What's up for you?
Yeah, so Blue taking that first one. Again, it was Trisonics 4003 that sat motionless pretty much, I guess, the entire match right after Autonomous.
They ran Auton, and then they lost communication at that point.
Yeah, they never moved in teleop.
And you can see that. I mean, it cost them the defense breach, the tower capture, all the bonus points. It fell behind in boulder scoring. It was kind of...
Everything went off the rails.
Exactly. And we're deep enough now in this tournament that, again, you know, it's hard to play a robot down and have a chance.
Right. I mean, we've seen one do that and succeed, and that was that first match when 17-18 sat stationary. Okay, I'm forgetting the other one. I'm thinking the 17-18 one where they were able to push it up there. And
I'm sorry, I meant the second alliance.
Yes, yes.
Here's your next match on screen.
All right, now we're back. This will be quarterfinal 1, match number 2. In this one, the Blue Alliance won the first one 200 to 184. So here we've got in the red the number 16 Alliance, 548 the Robo Stangs from Northville, 5048 Spartronics from Imlay City, and 217 the Thunder Chickens from Sterling Heights. In blue, it's 4362 the Gems from Brighton, 2474 Excel from Niles, and 5448 the CC Automationeers from Big Rapids.
And 184 to 200 is close enough, you know, that you can not change your strategy here. You can try to execute better to make up the difference, but they can also throw out what they've been doing and try something different. They've got some options.
How often have we seen in the past teams do a significant strategy change late? Can you think of anything that...
And it worked. I've seen them do significant strategy changes and failed miserably. But
I think 2013, so I haven't seen it this year too much, but 2013 in the finals at the state championship, We had a full court shooter. It was actually 67, the hot team again. They were nailing full court shots, running up the score in the first match. They had an easy victory. In the second match, the Alliance they were facing, the second-seeded Alliance, actually came back with 217. Also on the field, the Thunder Chickens had put up a blocker and played a role of just trying to shut down that one robot. And that actually made the difference as that Alliance, 217's Alliance, managed to come from behind and win the state title that year.
Yeah, and part of that, too, was when, as if I recall, 2054, the Tech Vikes had a jam up, and they swapped out with the Engineers. The Engineers were they had a powertrain and could push anybody, anywhere. And if you remember, if I'm remembering the right one.
That was the third match, yep. The second match, it worked. The third match was when we had it. And I think the robots on the other side broke down a little bit. We had kind of a down match on the last one, but it can be effective. But a lot of times teams are a little bit afraid or a little bit risk averse. So when you want to try a new strategy that maybe you haven't had a chance to pull out in any matches yet, you're taking a chance there. So it's kind of balancing what you think is more likely to get you the win. Are you going to be able to execute this new strategy well enough to win the match? Or do you, hope that maybe they miss a few more shots and you make a few more shots and that's the way to go? And when you look at 200 to 184 like we had between these two alliances that we see on the field, that's certainly close enough to take either path there.
Mention the atmosphere.
Again, this crowd has been very pumped up all morning and all afternoon long.
Well, and understand, too, this is the third day these students have been at it. We went till, about 7:30 Thursday evening with qualification matches. We went to 8 o'clock last night with qualification matches. We ran on Thursday 72 qualification matches. We ran 106 qualification matches yesterday. So this energy, these kids are running an ultra marathon here. This isn't a 100 meter dash. Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't know if they're doing it clean. I think there might be some Mountain Dew involved.
Mountain Dew, some Red Bull.
Let's hope that's, yeah. Right. Nothing, anything you need to keep your energy up. It's a lot. Again, we talked earlier about how it's all happens in such a short period of time.
Yeah, and as I look around the arena too, you look at this. A lot of teams are out of this playoffs, but this place is packed. It's a beautiful day outside. They aren't outside sunning themselves. We're getting close to go here. Looks like we got a thumbs up from the field.
And away we go. Autonomous period begins.
Again, the blue is up 1-0. A win for blue, and they'll move to the semifinals. Red needs a win to push it to a tiebreaker.
The Blue Alliance with a miss, and Autonomous as it comes to a close. And again, every mistake now is magnified.
Yeah, but they were bailed out a little bit. 54-48 managed to hit in auto mode, so they still had a small edge. And it looks like they're cleaning up the missed shot pretty quickly here.
So Thunder Chickens, they'll retrieve.
There's 50-48 going to play defense again. Imlay City team, Spartronics.
And it works. They got a miss off that block, off that contact.
Now they're over there on 54-48, the CC Automationeers from Big Rapids, so they're playing defense on them, slowing them down.
And this is good. They committed to defending one robot. They didn't chase when Excel was in position on the other side of the tower.
Now the Big Rapids team did make the shot, but it took them a lot longer than it normally would.
A deep make for the Gems from Brighton. This game's competitive. A lot of offense, too. We see defense there by the Spartronics robot on Excel.
Yeah, Niles just waiting. Hold on to that ball. Wait till.
Oh, good timing, and they made it.
Nice job. Yep. Nice job by the Niles team.
Still slowed down, though, from what they want to be doing.
Yes, yes. And another thing, a robot cannot pin another robot. That's in part why you see the defense go in, hit them, back up, because they can't just pin them against the wall. You'll see the referees start counting out if they start doing that.
Another good missed shot there forced by them, and they stole the ball and took it out with them. So that's, you won't even be able to rebound that one for the score.
Let's see who's going to start their tower climb. A late make by Excel for the Blue Alliance. This is real close. Look at that push by Thunder Chickens to get up there.
CC Automationeers going up too. Big Rapids.
Wow, impressive.
The Thunder Chickens are not up. They do not look high enough.
And it looks like the Thunder Chickens were on top of 548 Robo-Stings when Robo-Stings went up. And so they basically affected each other's hang like you've been warning us about, Dave. They went next to each other instead of on opposite sides of the tower.
Replay's going to show Blue making shots over Red D.
Let's take a look at the Blue Alliance and their offensive thrust here. Red defense was good, but maybe not good enough in this quarterfinal match.
And if that score holds with the advantage to Blue, that number 16 that knocked out the number 1 will be gone.
Yep.
Unbelievable here, what we're seeing.
And there will be quite the debate over, whether number 1 maybe dropped the ball a little bit.
The replay. Blue's going to make shots over Red D.
So here we've got the replay. 50-48 playing defense, the Imlay City Spartronics team. But here comes a shot, 43-62 over the defense.
Right, and 43-62, again, touching those outer works there. They are protected. They cannot be contacted.
We're going to do tower back and forth. Go 2. Back to 1. Back to 2. Here's the last.
And so
back to 2.
It looks to me like both of those blue machines were up. That 217 right there does not look like it's up.
And out. Good, good. No, that was good. That was good. That was good. Well, go ahead and throw to Steph.
Let's go in the pits right now and bring in Stephanie. Stephanie, what do you got?
This puts you in the semifinals. How exciting is it to be in the semifinals for you?
It's amazing right now. It's our second time in the semifinals. The first time was at Standish and Sterling. I don't know about our other 2 robots, but we're ready for it. We want to go to Worlds. We want to win it.
What do you think you learned in quarterfinals that you guys are going to take with you?
Try and score as many points as possible. Stay in defense, stay on an offensive strike, and climb. Definitely climb. Be careful. We have to be careful of other robots defending us, as seen in this previous match, where we were being pushed off. So we had to defend better.
Go and throw back.
Awesome. Congratulations. Back to you guys.
Obviously, that was a little pre.
Thanks, Stephanie.
A little early.
Yeah, I think we're still waiting on the official score from that last match.
Blue feels confident.
And as I look down to the there it is. So it is the Blue Alliance moving on, 195 to 159. So that number 9 Alliance beats the number 16 who had beat the number 1. So now we've seen number 9 defeat the number 8 and the number 16, and they are our first semifinalist.
Left to right robots.
So our next quarterfinal sets up like this. Blue Alliance Code Red Robotics, East Grand Rapids Robotics, and the Tech Vikes. Red Alliance Strike Zone, Hybrid Hornets, and Torque. Who's the standout robot in this group?
Probably 2771 has shown themselves to be the most proficient high goal shooter. Their weakness, though, is they don't hang, but they are partnered with robots that can. So we'll see again. They're that robot that's going to look to run the low bar cycles, try to put in many goals as they can. And we'll see if there's a defensive robot waiting for them this match.
And yet the winner in the first one was the Red Alliance. Red Alliance won the first one. So we see the Tech Vikes autonomous score high. So here Blue 40 to 32 coming out of autonomous and into teleop. Now we've got a red robot jumping down in there to play defense. And it's moving around fast.
Things are pretty close here early in the tell-out period.
Yeah, so I think that's the hybrid Hornets. I'm trying to get a view of them here. 5150 down there from Flint. So that's Kearsley High School. So they're playing the defense right there on the Tech Vikes, but the Hopkins team still puts it up and in.
Yeah, not effective.
Now their defense, you quickly saw a referee for just a moment there start to count out when he had pinned that person up against the diamond plate. Here's the Tech Vikes coming over. There's Oxford.
Tough transition for them, but they get in shooting position, but not great. And there's defense put on by the hybrid Hornets.
And see there again, once the Tech Vikes were solidly up against the diamond plate, there was no more moving them. Then they could line up that shot.
Yeah. It's almost like it's very hard to play defense when they're on that one on either side, because if you force them into that wall, then they can just stabilize and shoot.
Yeah, now what we haven't been seeing, look at the score here, 132. These red robots must have just been pounding that high goal, or maybe there were some fouls that we weren't seeing here.
Yep, I think there might have been a couple fouls. The high goals they're getting, they also got their defense breach bonus, which the Blue Alliance has not gotten yet, so it will tighten up a little bit here.
Yeah, we'll see that jump up 20 if they can get that one final defense there. We see
strike zone trying to capture the tower.
Tech Vikes struggling to get over that rock wall. But that was the final one.
They got it. That was the one they needed.
And the Blue Alliance gets a good climb as well. You surprised this was so low scoring?
We still have the bonuses to add, so I think red is going to be not quite 200 points, but they're going to be up close.
With 2 bots.
But blue definitely fell off pace there, so the defense may be having an effect.
And cross and score with 2 bots. Actually, 1 miss, 1 make.
We got a make and then a miss.
Yeah, so the Lapeer team scores there. That's strike zone, 54-60. That'd be a second-year team.
And this is the key. We see 27-71 here, code red. Having to move to this protected spot up against the outer works, it takes them a lot longer to get there, and the shot is not as accurate as where they want to shoot from.
Yeah. And scoreboard.
And here's our final score. It is the Red Alliance. That's 2 wins for them, and they move into the semifinals. So 2 straight here, and Code Red, who looked really, really great in the districts, is gone here now, not making it to the semifinals.
Yeah, and it looked like it was the defense that made the difference, right? 51-50 just slowed them down enough to gain that edge.
Yeah.
That 14-point Boulder edge, and that made up almost the whole difference in the match.
You know, so there was a little machine, 51-50, the hybrid Hornets out of Flint, and just bouncing around like a little jitterbug there and upsetting that offense of the Blue Alliance and doing a good job of it. And doing it cleanly. No penalties.
Yep.
So good defense by the hybrid Hornets.
So this is our number 2 alliance again. High score holders of the event, 2 225-point matches.
So our number 2 alliance for red, they've been tremendous really all day long.
Yeah, so right now, but again, blue in the loss in the first one put up 202 points.
Yep.
And so if that red alliance bobbles a little bit, blue is right there.
Yeah, but don't forget, last match, the
they
number
didn't
2
hang.
alliance did not, 17-18, did not make it to the tower. They did not get the tower capture bonus and still scored 215 points.
Yeah.
They might actually be okay to have a little bobble just not a big one.
So the folks from Fighting Pie, you know, so they're up in Macomb and in Macomb County in Armada. They need to breathe because they're probably all holding their breath to see what's the issue with that machine. Is that thing going to keep running? If 17-18 runs the whole match, this should be lights out.
Yeah, but remember, they've had 2 matches with an issue now. I
That's
think there
right.
are 2 different issues as well.
Yeah.
So I wonder if the wear and tear might be catching up to them, or maybe they've got it all fixed.
I'll let each one of you tap into your reservoir of all the different robots that you've seen. Can you remember one team that has done the best job of having a robot that stays functional over all these years or over an extended period of time? I mean, you could probably make a good robot that can stay functional and productive for a short period of time. But what about, does anything rattle your brain that way? Can you think of one?
Well, through the years, you'd look at Hot as being the #1 team in the state. And then you'd probably go to Lost Gorillas and Killer Bees and NC Gears. And I think a lot of that is you did keep running.
Yep.
They've been running great this weekend. I think they had a little issue on Thursday. Got some help from Mike Copioli and how the talons work. And since then, I think the thing's been running great. Rush, I think, has been flawless this week.
That's the other one. They had some flips in some district matches going over defenses, but it looks like they've trained their driver well enough to kind of avoid those situations.
A lot of offense early here. We just saw House of Cards.
Yep, Davison Machine going up and scoring. Now there we see the Fighting Pie. They're in the center lining up their shot. Hot scoring. But here, Blue is right with them. It's boulder for boulder right now.
Very close. Lots of time, though.
Here's the Davison Machine going up. There's a score in the middle.
And House of Cards follows. Red Alliance going to try to have to keep up. It's very close. And Team Rush knocks it down. This is offense only.
And now look at
quarterfinal match.
There's been a big jump, but that's because the defenses were breached. So that gave them the 20 points where you saw Red jump ahead. Now we're going to see Blue, when they get that final one, grab 20. Fighting Pie seems to be running just fine.
Shows House of Cards very solid fundamentally.
It's still wide open.
Still very close. House of Cards, that's their sweet spot. Good answer on the other side by the Hot team.
Fighting Pie shoots and scores there.
We're going to have a lot of points when this is all said and done.
Because we're still just under 30 seconds to go. Looks like the Blue Alliance Blitzkrieg has already gone to the batter.
Red Alliance trying to get in position for their capture the tower.
It looked like I saw a nice move. Fighting Pie backed up a little bit to let Hot come through.
Well, look at the Red Alliance. They're going to get...
And Fighting Pie.
Oh, the late basket. Wow. That might be enough.
So we may be seeing something really special here. 30, 35, plus another... There's about 60 more points.
I think they're going to be just short of the high mark that they set. But
Yeah.
They're going to be pretty darn close.
What was that? What was the first high mark? Over 400?
Red shots being made in a row.
Well, 225 for one team, and I think we saw 400 and
4 red shots in a row right
403 combined scores, something like that. But then in their last match, they had a 417 combined score.
Right.
Here was Red where ball came nicely up for Hot there. They let one go, and the other one was right there. You love that as a driver, right?
That 400 number you mentioned, was that a national record? Sorry
That's
to catch
hard
you
to
off
check
guard.
on. That's hard to check on. I'll see if I can find out.
The 400, I think up in Waterloo Regional, they had some high power teams. There's some great Canadian machines this year, and then they had some big teams, I think, from Texas there. There we go. 215 to 185. And so the number 2 does advance. Again, totally clean match, no penalties in that one.
Yep, just the extra boulders. 25 extra boulder points. 5 extra on the defense, but mostly it's the high goal shooting that made the difference there.
Now, 420 for the number 2 alliance. We would have had just 1 robot up and 2 on the batter there.
Let's bring in Stephanie right now. Steph?
215 points, pretty close to your 225 the last 2 times. How does it feel to be headed to the semifinals?
It feels great. Our alliance worked really well together this match, and I'm really happy with it. And I think we'll do better the next match, too.
Awesome. Congratulations. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Stephanie. Hey, how about that? A guy who genuinely seemed really happy. We see some guys that kind of play it cool and leave their emotions out of it, but you could see his exuberance, tempered, but exuberant.
Yep. And that's a good attitude to have. I mean, that'll keep you. I mean, we talked about the nerves. We talked about some of the pressure. And if you can have that attitude, I think you can avoid some of that.
Yeah. By all means, enjoy it.
Absolutely.
Because it may not last.
No. It can go away in a hurry, that's for sure.
Match spots on the screen.
So we're getting ready for our next one. This is the 4th quarterfinal. This is match number 2. Advantage went to the blue alliance in the first one. That's the number 6 alliance. So the red alliance is the number 3 with Bedford Express, Trisonics, and Titanium Tigers. Now you recall this one was lopsided the first time because Trisonics 4003 did not move in teleop. They moved across the outer works almost in autonomous, but then did not move at all during teleop.
Yep, and another stat that makes it seem even scarier for a Red Alliance here. Their high score through the elimination round so far is only 182. In the last match alone, our number 6 Alliance put up a 185, and their high score is a 217. So,
oh boy.
Number 3 might have to reach above what they've done so far.
Buckle up and get ready.
And we're underway. So there's Trisonics moving, going over the rock wall. And I see their turret turning. Let's see if they take a shot here in autonomous.
Missed by 49-67, and the ball left the zone. It bounced all the way out to the middle of the field, so they won't even get the easy rebound on that one.
Keeping an eye on Trisonics. It looks like they shot, but it was a hard shot, and it rattled back out.
And I couldn't see completely, but it looked like 1023 might have bumped them just as they were shooting. A little friendly fire there.
Blue Alliance trying to pour them in. That's NC Gears that you just saw.
So there's Trisonics. So it's good to see that they're back and moving, and it looks like they're healthy. It takes them a little time to line up their shot. You can see that camera hunting around, but they drain the 5-pointer. NC Gears. Look at the balls, the boulders laying there for NC Gears.
Yep, that's Bucking Gears, right? Just delivering ball after ball and leaving it there for them. So 1918, NC Gears doesn't have to move. They turn around, pick up a ball, turn around, shoot it.
So there's Bucking Gears jumping all the way to the other side of the field, the Grand Haven team, but Trisonic drains another one there.
So the defender there is the Titanium Tigers, but they can't do much there. NC Gears knocking one down. And now Bedford Express.
We're all tied up at 80 apiece.
Well, this is close.
With 1 minute to go.
Very competitive. Boy, look at that aggressive defense. Well, he had to decide between covering 2 defenders, and that's a tough spot.
And see, Trisonic shooting from a protected area there because they couldn't be bumped because they were backed up to that outer works.
Yep. That was a quick release there by 49-67. And right now, Red is starting to pull away with it, so they might have found the right strategy here.
Their partner.
They are shooting, no question about it.
It looks like we'll be going to a tiebreaker in this one.
Yeah, try to capture the tower here.
Yeah, so with 3 fully functioning machines, a whole different look in that match.
Yeah, that's going to be a pretty big score.
Yeah, it could be our high here.
It could be our high score.
This could be the high.
Good defense there by the Titanium Tigers.
He's going to do it again.
Which would be really significant because the Titanium Tigers played defense the whole match. Other than that one ball you see them containing right now, I think they shot and scored that when they came down.
And here's Red Tower.
Yeah, I think they scored their autonomous ball too.
Oh, they did an autonomous? Okay.
Not in Auton, but I think they scored it in Teliop. So the ball they started with.
Okay, the one they came over with.
So I think they added a little bit.
So here they are right at the end. So let's see, 51-14. So they did that one. And there's our score, and so, sure enough, we're going to a tiebreaker.
Not as high as we thought it might have gotten, but that is a high score for the number 3 Alliance. So they bested their previous high by 13 points, so they've got some room left. They can keep improving.
We'll take a timeout here in Grand Rapids at the Deltaplex Arena. More of the Michigan First Robotics Competition State Championship in a moment.
At Lawrence Technological University, you'll go way beyond the books. Professors with real-world experience deliver hands-on instruction in small classes, helping students land co-ops, internships, and research projects. By graduation, 80% of LTU students have jobs or plans to pursue master's degrees. And most Lawrence Tech grads earn more than their peers. So if you're ready to embrace your possibilities, we want you at LTU.
What is DTE Energy doing to help support Michigan communities?
They support a lot, like the National Cherry Festival in Traverse City, Art Prize in Grand Rapids, not to mention help fund the Career Technology Center at Monroe County Community College. And also helping make the streets of Detroit safer.
Wow, that's a lot.
You're telling me. I'm exhausted. DTE Energy, know your own power.
Genius is not born. It's nurtured. It's curious. Genius takes teamwork, patience. It keeps going until that moment when it shines. Introducing the Generation Genius Project, a consumer's energy educational initiative to inspire a passion in science, technology, engineering, and math. Discover the genius in all of us.
Okay, basketball superstar Stanley Johnson, if I make this shot, you owe me a $15 meal deal from Hungry Howie's.
How about a $10 meal deal?
Agreed. A $20 meal deal. Hit it!
Did it go in? You missed.
Order a meal deal online. Get a free Howie Brownie on any online order of $15 or more using coupon code SWEET1. Now that's an idea.
Hungry? Howie's!
For over 30 years, we've been the leading supplier of robots, CNCs, and factory automation to American manufacturing. We help companies reach production goals locally and globally with bringing manufacturing back to North America. Our innovative technologies provide world-class quality and efficiency. We train, educate, and develop highly skilled workers, harnessing the power of man and machine together. We are the future of manufacturing. We are FANUC America.
First Robotics has found a way to crack the code on making technical careers fun and exciting.
Students work together, they collaborate, and builds a sense of working with other teams, with other schools, to assist each other.
A stadium full of fans screaming wildly for them and encouraging them.
Manufacturing is coming back in the state. Business is coming back in the state. This is a great time for First Robotics.
It is not the science fair of old. This is an athletic-like environment that encourages young, talented people to tap into their inner genius that they have, that they can take into their careers and into their future.
When you build that relationship at an early age with a student, you start to build loyalty. And we would certainly expect that they would come to work for us.
Other businesses would really benefit from getting involved with FIRST because it's one of those situations where everybody benefits. In order to have STEM job in Michigan, you have to have students that want to do STEM in Michigan. And a lot of that is a very large barrier for students. It seems quite intimidating. FIRST will be one of those programs that it breaks it down and then the students can actually achieve while they do.
A partnership for Michigan and FIRST Robotics means success in our future.
At Lawrence Technological University, you'll go
Welcome back to Grand Rapids. As a little break in the action. Everyone can kind of catch their breath.
Part of the reason for that break in the action is 3 of our semifinalists have been determined, and the match we just saw now was evened up. And so teams get 6 minutes to regroup because they're coming right back. They're doing a back-to-back match. So they've got 6 minutes, and right now they put a clock up on the big screen here, and we're now just exactly at 1 minute to go.
Yep, and the reason for that is, you need the motors to cool down a little bit, but you got to put a new battery in the robot. A lot of these robots have to get reset, so they're in the starting size. So teams are going to have to go out, check all the systems, tighten some bolts, put the new battery in, fold them back up, and get them back out on the field. So we need that little bit of time.
Do we recall any times when a team has made a mistake in that checklist of doing their robots right now, where it's carried over into a, where they just overlook something?
Well, I know my team. We came off the field one match, and it was a tight turnaround like this, kind of in the timeout. And we had several things broken on the robot. So a whole bunch of people swarmed around the robot, fixed all the broken things. The clock is counting down. The head ref is standing next to us saying, get the robot back on the field, and we didn't put a new battery in. So we ran the second match, and about halfway through the match, battery was a little bit too low to execute some of our functions, and that was it. That cost us the match.
Yeah, that's painful. I've seen times, too, where a team will set the wrong autonomous and just miss it, go through their checklist. But most of these teams have various autonomous modes and go through the wrong selection process for it.
And there can't be an exact science of knowing what to check for, right? I mean, how do you, what's the mindset? You say, okay, we got to recheck our machine, but what do we do?
Yeah, so you learn as the season goes on, especially to find the vulnerable parts on your robot, the parts that maybe often come loose or will break. You check those first. There's the routine stuff. Battery should be first on your list of that. Setting your auto mode, making sure the robot is in the starting position. A lot of times teams, when they transport their robot, will have Velcro holding stuff together, or safety bars in there if there's some spring power or shooter type stuff. You got to remember to take all of that stuff out.
Well, it's not easy. I mean, it's just not a matter of setting up the robot and turning it loose. You got to have your hands on the wheel at all times, mechanically and directionally.
Yeah, and it really helps to kind of have that pit crew person that's there. So the teams here are allowed around the field, instead of just the drive team, they're allowed 3 extra people to serve as the pit crew there. And having the pit crew be able to really jump in and take care of that and not rely on the drivers, the coach to do it, frees up your drive team to go work on strategy for the next match, work on debriefing maybe how the driver did in that match and things that he might want to try differently, and focusing on passing that information of what needs to be fixed over to your pit crew.
Yeah, because I mean, if you liken it to NASCAR, if there's an issue, right, you don't want to come into the pits and have to have Dale Earnhardt Jr. also rebuild the engine or change the tires,
Right.
Come into the pits, let their mind take a little break, let the other guys do the work. Okay, when you drop the jack, I'll take off, and I'll go back to thinking. But give that drive team a little mental break, a little breather, and let the other folks go through that checklist.
you know, and somebody that's focused on being the pit crew and not having to focus about driving practice, getting scouting data, they should be a better pit crew too. So you should succeed or should win on both sides of that equation.
And you know, manpower is so important. I think I've heard that some of these teams have upwards of 100 kids involved. Is that accurate?
Yeah, some can get that big.
I think like the Northville Robo-Stangs,
That's
I think
the team
carry
that
about,
I heard, yeah.
carry about 100 students.
They must run out of stuff for those kids to do.
Well, that's a big challenge. I know with Hot we typically ran with 40 to 45 students, but you do an animation, a chairman submission, and things like that, and kids are building parts, right? I mean, but 100, that's a that's a big job.
Yeah, I've never had a team that big. I couldn't find enough stuff for them to work on.
Well, it looks like we're doing the introductions. We're getting close now on this tiebreaker match to determine our 4th semifinalist. And again, this will be the number 3 alliance against the number 6 alliance. The number 6 won the first time, but again, number 3 had Trisonics that sat still in teleop, but they looked great in the second match.
Yeah, let's see if they were putting everything together at the right time, if they can run with that victory from the last match.
And here we are, underway.
Trisonics hits that auto mode shot. I think that's going to give them the advantage.
And Buck and Gears went over the outer works, came back over the outer works, turned the machine around, and had the ball set.
And they've done that every single time.
Yeah.
It's a great auto mode.
Yeah, that machine right there.
Yep, 1023 though also hit an auto mode shot, so Red kind of jumped out to an early lead.
Pace slowing down just a little bit here. NC Gears. Does every robot have a light on it?
Yeah, that flashing light, it's actually, we call it the robot signal light, and it's a diagnostic tool. So the flashing pattern of that light can tell you if the robot is operating correctly, if it's lost communication, or if the robot has lost power entirely, of course the light will go off. So you actually want to keep, if you see a light that goes solid on, that's a bad sign. You want to see this flashing pattern that we see on 5114 here.
Okay. Defense trying for the Titanium Tigers on that NC Gears Blue Alliance robot. A precarious lead for the Blue Alliance. And look at that defense.
Defense by Buck and Gears there on Bedford Express.
There's a piece of plastic there, and they're driving over that piece of plastic to get in front of them.
That's dedication.
But Bedford Express
got to be
makes
careful
the
you
shot.
don't lose your balance, though.
We are close. Look at 105 to 110 here.
Close. And Titanium Tigers playing like a tiger on defense. NC Gears.
Yeah, now the Titanium Tigers, that's Fenton Senior High School from Fenton. Bedford Express coming back over.
Bedford Express putting the hit on Buck and Gears. Boy, there is more defense. Every round, more defense.
That's 20 seconds left, so they have to leave the zone now. And the fact that they're still playing defense, I think, is going to draw a penalty here.
Yeah, they shouldn't have been touching them there, right?
Yep, 20 seconds left. They have to leave them alone. So I think that's an auto hang for 1023. Whether they go up or not, they're going to go up anyway.
That's Bedford Express.
It looks like it's going to be red.
And Blue Alliance gets...
Well, and that one team is way on the left of your screen. I already see an FTA looking at the machine. That one team did not get over to the batter at all.
They lost communication just at the end of the match, kind of on their way to the batter there.
Replay is going to be good defense, but Red still makes shots.
Yeah, so here, Buck and Gears from Grand Haven playing the D on Bedford Express, but Bedford Express still battling. Watch for the shot. Trisonics lining it up in the foreground there. Bedford Express backs up. They come forward. Trisonics drains it. Then Bedford Express does too. And there you see Bedford Express going up. Good solid hang there.
Can't find much flaws in what the Red Alliance did, can you, Dan?
No, not at all.
Send it to Steph.
Let's go in the pits and join Stephanie right now. Steph, what do you got?
A lot of enthusiasm. You guys came back and won 2 in a row despite their tough defense there at the end. How do you think you guys pulled this off heading into semifinals?
Well, the first match, we obviously couldn't have known the outcome. We had a dead robot. There was no sound in the stadium. There's a flag left on the field during autonomous. It was just all bad. And even though we were alone, we still had defense. We came back the second match, did what we did. I went into non-defense mode because I knew they were going to try to hit us, but I kept cutting them off. That defense robot can get stuck in between the batters, and I kept getting them stuck there on purpose. The third match, we actually didn't get awarded the tower points because our last robot didn't get on the batter all the way, but we got awarded a lot of climbing points because the defense robot was there but after 20 seconds. So I loved that. More points, obviously. We got the climb in, we kept shooting. We had to do the shovel to free because we had the defender that wasn't down there. But we kept doing our cycles, and I've gotten really good at avoiding that defense, cutting them off before they can cut us off.
A lot of strategy heading into the semifinals. Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Lots of energy. Boy, you get this late.
Here's the scoreboard.
That adrenaline's going. There's your scoreboard.
I was really impressed by that young man to be able to recount all of that information right there.
Yep.
Actually, coming off the field, a lot of times you would come off the field and be just a blur. And the way he was able to do that, quite impressive.
Yeah, and you can see what he was talking about. They have 30 in the challenge scale. So one of the robots didn't make it on the batter. They got awarded a free hang, so 10-23 hung, but they got awarded a free hang for the defense in the last 20 seconds. That's illegal defense. So they didn't get the tower bonus. Had they gotten the tower capture bonus, that would have matched their previous high score of 195.
Dan, here's a question. At this point of the day, does it bother you if you don't get a certain amount of points, or is it just, hey, survive and advance?
Talk about breaking down the left side field.
It depends. The way that they won that match, they didn't get a great score, but I think they can feel comfortable in the way they performed there. Those tower capture points it's an easy change to tell that robot to come back earlier, so I think they'll be pretty happy with that. But looking across the bracket, they haven't broken 200 yet, and I think they're going to need to.